Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome. This is April 3rd, 2025. This is a special session of your Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, full commission. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that we have individuals attending remotely as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should please mute your phones at this time. And that's to avoid any background noise during this meeting procession. During the meeting, if you're asked to speak, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time that you are speak, so the public that is participating knows exactly who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General's office. And please make sure that when you speak at an audible level so your comments can be captured by the clerk for record. I'll now call this meeting to order. Clerk, roll call, please.
Good evening. You're hereby notified that a special meeting of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas is scheduled to be conducted in a hybrid format on Thursday, April 3rd, 2025 at 5 p.m. for a budget workshop related to debt strategy in the commission chambers of the Municipal Office Building, 701 North 7th Street, Kansas City, Kansas. Roll call. Lopez.
Here.
Stites.
Here.
Davis.
Here.
Bynum. Here. Burrows.
Here.
Townsend. We have an absence memo. Burns.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Hill.
Here.
Kane.
Here.
Garner.
Here. All right, thank you, clerk. Tonight, we're scheduled for another installment of our ongoing 2026 budget workshops and meetings. And that consists of presentations and information as well as comments from staff and the Unified Government commissioners who are going to be making some decisions for the 2026 budget. I'll now turn this meeting over to our county administrator, Mr. David Johnson, and he will lead the meeting from here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our second session is going to be led by Dr. Knieven, our CFO, and tonight's focus is going to be on debt strategy. And so, Dr. Knieven.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to bring forward some detailed data for you. This information may prompt additional questions. We are spending some time updating information because with debt, things are always in flux. You're paying off debt, you are having new debt, and so we're going to confirm the dollars. But for purposes of the presentation, the numbers in this presentation do illustrate the high-level conversation we want to have with you all. So the purpose of the presentation is to discuss our current debt financing approach. So we're going to spend some time talking about the process. We're going to look at the outstanding debt portfolio, the existing debt that we have that we're still paying on, the overview of an impact it has on the annual budget for the principal and interest payments, and then discuss proposed strategy for both the city and county and enterprise funds that might assist the unified government in getting our debt to be more manageable. But before I jump into that, I wanted to just back up for a quick minute and to remind you of some terms. So capital projects, what we're talking about is capital improvements that typically have a life cycle of 20 years or more. So capital improvement is more of a permanent improvement. It's things like roads, sewer lines, buildings. And maintenance items really are not ideal for being a capital project. Those are really capital maintenance. And we'll talk some about the strategy that we've had to use in order to help meet some of those needs and how we can unwind that a little bit going forward. The capital improvements plan is a 5-year plan. It is part of our budget process, but I do want to highlight that we have a policy that was actually adopted by the commission that shows that only the first year of the CIP is actually adopted and those funds are appropriated. So it's a plan. It gives you an idea of the overall direction that we're going, but those funds are not actually appropriated, which I know we've had some discussions even most recently about Fire Station 20, for example, in terms of that first year is what's actually appropriated and available. We also have funds that are funding capital projects that are cash funding. That's in the budget and the CIP. We have lease financing that's typically shown as capital equipment, which some of that is done through lease financing and some of it is budgeted within the departmental operational budget. And then we have geo debt, which is typically repaid over 20 years, which is again, the life cycle of that capital improvement. But we're going to spend a little bit of time talking more about general obligation debt tonight, not so much on the capital cash funding and the lease financing. Those will be topics we bring back as part of the budget proposal. So currently we follow this process. We have really 5 steps to it. We have the departments identify the list of the needs, the capital needs that the UG has. We have a CIP, like I talked about, that gives authorization. And then we have temporary notes, which is something that we've used traditionally here at the unified government, which are typically not the full amount of the needed projects, but it's a portion of that amount. And it is 1-year financing. Typically, it can go up to as many as 4, but you're not making any progress on the principal. You're just paying interest on those funds, and it allows the project to get underway. The next step is typically a year later, then we bring back permanent debt for authorization. So we refinance the temporary notes into permanent debt, as well as any additional funds on those projects that had been spent through the authorizations, which means in essence, we are cash flowing that difference. So, and then the next year is when the principal and interest starts showing up in the budget. And so this is just to illustrate to you that it's a full process that we go through in terms of capital improvements, needs and funding, at least under the current plan and process. In terms of what this strategy has brought us to is outstanding debt by fund. So on the city side, in the city bond and interest fund, you would see there's a variety of things included in there. The storm and sanitary sewer projects are in there. The general obligation projects are in there that are repaid with the tax levy. The public building corporation funds are in there, which is also paid with the tax levy. So you have a total listed there. And then on the county side, we have some county funds, but there's a statute that limits how much general obligation county debt you can issue. So we use a mechanism, the PBC, the Public Building Corporation, on the county side more often because it provides more latitude and more capacity. So for illustration purposes, when you add that together, that gives us about 541,000 million of outstanding debt right now. That's debt that we're still paying on. And so it's a substantial amount. And like I said, we are in the process of updating that to make sure that we've conveyed the information completely. There's some other kinds of debt, such as tax increment financing, for example, which is paid with property tax that is diverted from the county or city general fund. And it is put into another fund to then pay off a project that we issued bonds for. So that's not illustrated here, but there's all sorts of bonds. There's also star bonds as a point of reference. So this is just a component of the bigger picture. And when you add all of that up, and again, this is off of what we are currently paying down, you really do get to a point where you're upwards of almost $1 billion in terms of debt when you start looking at all of those and go back to the bonds that we're paying on still, and you go back to the original issuance and you add that up what the total is. And that's a number that we'll be getting out to you all as we confirm it. We just want to make sure we're picking up the right numbers. So for the city side, it totals up to 489 million on the city side for 24. It goes up to, I'm sorry, that the reference is incorrect at the top. That should say, no, it's correct. I'm sorry. So for 25, that's for 25 as a 25. So it's 489, 869, 900. And then on the county side, the total, again, bonds that we're still paying on is about 51.4 million. So the next slide is just an illustration to just really graphically represent the same information. It's intended to show you that over the last 20 years, the use of debt, the issuance of debt has dramatically grown. And it's been a process over time, and it's not something that can be immediately addressed because it took time to get to the point where we are now. But we do have some ideas about how we could make that more manageable. The other thing that's important is that we've listed off a number of projects that these funds have been used for. This is not an exhaustive list. This is just an illustration. And I do think it's important to note that it's not that the unified government was doing something wrong. It is that we have a lot of capital needs. We have a lot of needs. We were trying to address them. And that resulted in a lot of debt being issued. And we are looking at ways of how can we maybe slow that down some and how can we make it more manageable over time. But these dollars went for real things. They went for things that we can see all around us. It paid for 2 fire stations. It paid for the plaza work that's going on still today on the City Hall stabilization project, Leavenworth Road improvements. So you can read the list, but there are a number of projects here that clearly show that they were needed projects. So this was the way that we were addressing some of our needs. On the sanitary sewer and stormwater, you all are very familiar that we have a consent decree. And so we have been able to complete some of those projects on the consent decree. And the way that we have financed those projects has been through debt. We also, for example, recently completed and opened the Wolcott treatment plant, and that was a $65 million project. And so, these are necessary things, but they're also very expensive. They're completely appropriate for debt. But again, it comes down to what can you afford. Other things that we have funded with debt that aren't really a traditional capital improvement. We have had a situation where we've had a variety of settlements, legal settlements that we have done debt financing for. In every case, those were approved by the commission as that was the mechanism for us to pay. But this is also a good reminder why those fund balances are so important, because a legal settlement may not be anticipated and you may need to look to use your fund balance if you have it available to meet that need. We purchased a new financial management system, Workday, which was purchased and implemented over the last couple of years. In 23, most of the system went live, but in 24, all of payroll was moved over. So it's really since 24 that we are completely implemented in terms of what's called Workday, which is a financial management system. It also manages like the positions, the payroll, accounts payable. It's the whole system. It's our enterprise system. And then we had the district attorney digitization project, which became a need and was brought forward to the commission for consideration. And we did issue debt for that as well. So that's just an illustration of the types of things that this debt has been issued for, all worthy and important things. But what's happened is that over time, as we've issued more and more debt, the impact that it's had on the fund for the operating cost has been pretty substantial. So every dollar, way to think about it is every dollar that goes to debt is a dollar that cannot go for operating costs, property tax reduction, cash projects, so forth, new positions. So for every dollar that's going to pay debt, we've made these commitments that are binding commitments that we have to pay these debt commitments. But it went from, for example, in 2015, the city general fund was about $24.6 million. And that was the annual, just principal and interest payment. Okay, that's not the total outstanding debt, but that's just the annual payment. And then if you look at where we are and what we're estimating, where we'll be at 2026, we will be at $35.2 million. So you can see that that has grown through 24, it had grown almost $10 million. That's an annual payment. So you can see how it started compounding and impacting really all of these funds. For sanitary sewer, we were at 4.8 million. We're now at 16 or soon to be at 16 million. The 24 number was the 12 million, which was an $8.6 million growth. You can see the change. The reason, things keep evolving. And so we just closed on the bonds that were approved by the commission recently. And so we've got an estimate for the principal and interest on those bonds built out here. But in terms of what really has happened, in terms of the 2015 to 2025, the 10-year change is why I thought it would be better to make that comparison because that's in the current year budget. But we already know that for next year's budget, we're going to have some increases in terms of the debt payments. You can see them here. And we've got some strategies about that we shared at the time, that we would use some of the fund balance only in the bond and interest fund to help pay some of that principal and interest during the next year, not all of it, but a portion of it. And I'll explain that a little bit more here in a few minutes. You can see that the storm sewer is also grown. It's more than doubled from 800,000 up to a little more than 2 million. You've got the county general fund, which is a smaller amount of money in terms of total principal and interest, but it's also grown pretty significantly from 2.3 million up to 6.9 million. So that's a pretty steep increase in terms of the impact that's having on the county general fund on the operating side, because these dollars are having to go over on the debt side. This is again just really meant to show you an illustration, just like the total debt that's outstanding was increasing rapidly. This is an illustration of those annual bond interest, principal and interest payments. They were also increasing at a pretty rapid rate. So it's intended to just illustrate that for you over the last 10 years. So shifting gears a little bit, with that current process that we have where we have a CIP, and then we have authorizations, we do temporary notes, permanent debt, and then we have our principal and interest that gets built into the budget. This is illustrating the things that the commission has to do in that current process. So in the very first year, sometimes it's been part of our CIP, but sometimes it's been standalone. The commission would authorize projects to begin spending. The key about that is that there's no real money with that. So it's authorized, okay, but there's not actually cash, which means if we start spending it, we're cash flowing it. We're cash flowing that project. When we brought that project back before you and I think I've got a slide coming up on the 88.3 million, a portion of that, a significant portion, about 27 million, was authorized money, but we did not have temporary note cash. Okay, so it's risky to do it that way because you're spending money that you haven't issued yet. And that's also something that's happening in year one. So with the second step of the process, you typically will then do partial funding with temporary notes. That's our current process. And the commission does two things. They do a sale resolution and ordinance, which is what is required by statute. And then they do an award of the bid, typically 30 days once we are closing on the bid. That is not required step, but that's what we've been doing. And then it's not until year 2 or 3 that you start actually, we go and we do the permanent debt from the temporary notes and the cash that was spent. We roll that into permanent debt, and that's when we start paying on principal and interest. And then it's not till really year 4 that you'll see the bond interest payment, principal and interest payments show up in the budget. So it's a lengthy process, and it's very easy to kind of lose sight of, or we have new people that have come into positions. And so it's this evolution of decisions over a period of a fairly long time. And then it overlaps. So this slide is just intended to show how it compounds, okay? Because each year, each budget year, we're doing all of these steps. It's just each year's at a different step of the process. So you get to a point where you're doing temporary notes, permanent debt, and authorizing new projects. And when that happens, you know, it starts adding up in terms of future commitments. A different way to think about it is it's decisions that you're making in now, okay, in year 1 or 2, that you're making that will affect 20 years. And making sure that we equip you with information as to what that looks like over the longer term. In terms of where we are right now. So as part of the debt discussion and a part of the budget last year, we decided to do a debt reset, which was to just take a pause to try and figure out what our strategy should be, what's going to be financially affordable, what's going to be more manageable. So We have identified and authorized projects through the CIP that did occur, but we did pause prior authorizations. Again, that means authorized, approved, but no cash. There's no money in the bank to pay for that. Partial funding with temporary notes, again, that's something that we just completed, the last step of that long process, multi-year process for the final outstanding item that we had with the permanent notes that we came forward with. What we've proposed is that we're not doing any temporary notes in particular this year, but probably not going to be using that strategy going forward. And then we've held on any additional permanent debt so we can have this discussion and we can make sure that it's affordable over the long haul and you understand the decisions that you're making in terms of every dollar that's going to debt is a dollar that's not going somewhere else. Okay, so we just want to make sure that you're making informed decisions. So I mentioned that we likely won't be doing temporary notes in the future. This is not unique to the UG. There are other communities that use this, but not really to the extent that we were using it. And even for our own appetite over the years, the amount we were issuing in temporary notes kept growing and growing. And the idea was that you were trying to time your construction with the temporary notes so that you're doing the initial design, land acquisition, that kind of thing. And then the permanent financing would be once the construction, the final construction of the capital project is started. You've got a firm cost estimate. So it's a strategy that has some sense to it. But the downside is that it costs you more to do it this way. So this last issue that we did, the 88.3 million, as a reminder, we had city GO projects in there and we had sanitary sewer projects in there. But in total, we had issued 61 million in temporary notes the year before, okay? But you can see 88.3 million is more than 61, which means the difference is how much that we had actually had departments spending on those projects because our process authorizes them to. They're not doing anything wrong, but there's a risk with that in terms of you're going to have to come up with that money because it's not budgeted per se, because it's intended to go into the permanent debt. The other thing is that two things roll into the permanent debt that come from only the temporary notes, which is temporary notes are interest-only payments. So you're making no progress on your principal. And in this case, the interest costs were about 1.1 million. The other thing is that you pay cost of issuance on temporary notes, which is generally 2%. So when you roll over to your permanent debt, you're actually going to be paying interest on interest, right? And you're going to pay cost of issuance again. So we're doubling up on some of our costs to use this mechanism. And in this case, it's at least 3.3 million more on a 20-year note, one bond issuance. Okay, so it's a structure that, as I said, others use, but it's at the magnitude that we're using it, it becomes not necessarily the best financial decision for the UG when our dollars are so constrained and we're incurring costs on these projects that otherwise we would not incur. We could go straight to permanent debt. So we're looking at a simplified process, which is really a couple of things in terms of communication, managing expectations, being clear with what projects are being funded, and where they are in the process, and understanding the impact it will have on the operating budget the next year for principal and interest. So a way to think about it, and I'm sure you've heard this, but start with the end in mind. So in other words, instead of saying, well, we're going to look at all our capital needs and we're going to pick out the ones that we feel we need to do next year because they are all very needed. It's not that they're not needed. We're going to start with the end in mind and say, okay, depending on the strategy that we use, here's how much money in the budget we have available for additional debt based on principal and interest. And so using that strategy to kind of sizes or constrains the amount of debt that we would issue. It helps us manage it. And it's another part of the strategy that will also help bring the debt down overall over time. So we would set the budget tolerance. We're starting that discussion now. How much money do we have to issue new debt to meet our capital needs? We would have the CIP that would be incorporated in the budget document, but we would not give spending authority as part of that, which you may or may not know you were doing, but that is how it was working. And then we would move straight to permanent debt so that we don't pay that extra interest and cost of issuance. So it's going to stretch our dollars a little further. So what does this mean? In terms of the commission, we've been talking with bond counsel and our own legal department about how we could simplify this process. And the commission has two things by statute they have to do, they're required to do, if you're in agreement that we're going to issue some debt. You do a project resolution, and that approves a list of projects to be funded and the dollar amount to be spent. And you do a sale resolution and ordinance, because we're a city and a county, that will authorize us with proceeding with the debt sale. Okay, so those are the two required steps. In the past, we were doing one of those in 1 year, and we weren't doing the other one until the next year. And it's just easy to kind of lose sight of what's being approved, what's really happening, what's being constructed. So putting this all together in one action, well, actually be two actions, but one night would give you the full picture of what you are authorizing and what you're authorizing be included in the bond sale for permanent debt. We would have the sale of the bonds within 60 days. The mayor executes those documents post-sale. You're not required actually to vote on them. If you wanted to, you could, but it would still be within a short amount of time. We would certainly be advising you, here's how the sale went, here's how much we think we saved, or what the market was doing. And then we have 3 years to complete those projects. And we have 3 years because there's something called arbitrage, which basically says you can't issue debt to make money on that money. So we do get to, during the 3 years, invest those dollars and make interest on them, and we do. But we can't go beyond that, or we pay a penalty. We have to pay it back, basically. So, and it doesn't read well to the bond community. So we've got to streamline our internal process a little bit so that we're getting those projects done within 3 years. So that's some changes within the departments that administer these projects would have to be made to streamline that process. So in terms of how much money, begin with the end in mind, how much money do we have? We've got, under the city general fund, bond principal and interest payments. As you all know, we pay 44% of our mill levy, property tax mill levy, towards annual bond and interest payments. So that's where that 44% has come from. If you were to look at the total city mill levy, and you look at how much is going into the city's general fund operating versus the debt fund, it's 44% that's going into the debt fund. And we've talked about our desire to try to bring that number down over time. So debt will be retiring in 2028, and we can talk about what opportunities that presents here in a moment. And then also, I want to thank the commission. The mayor, the county administrator brought forward some ordinances for you all to consider, that as economic development incentives expire, that those dollars would be considered as ways to bring down debt, which could be used for either property tax reduction, meeting operational needs, whatever direction you end up going. But you've already taken some actions that will help us manage our debt differently and help bring this number down. The second one was the new growth, the portion of new growth that you would like to see considered going towards debt reduction or property tax reduction. You know, there's a variety of things that could happen. And to put that in perspective for you, in 2024, for new growth only, so not reassessment, not remodeling, just true, you know, new growth. It'd be something that was built and completed within that year. That's when it comes on the tax rolls. And so on the city side, I worked with the appraiser's office. We had 39.7 million of new growth, which that's appraised. which results in 5.7 million assessed value. Okay, and we can calculate out the math. I just ran out of time, but to say, okay, how much is that? That'll be part of our budget presentation. We'll tell you the number. We'll tell you what the 10% would be, which is what the ordinance says for that one. The other one's 50%. And then the county administrator will make a recommendation, and then it's up to the commission to do what you see appropriate. On the county side, we had $44 million worth of appraised value, new growth only. And that was 6.4 million assessed value. Okay, so there is new growth that's happening, and the assessor's office can separate that out for us so that we can see how we could calculate that to give you good information to make decisions on. The other part of it is that we will start retiring debt. We've been retiring debt over the last number of years. We really, on the city side, don't have a lot of latitude because we just approved that 88 million that had been approved 3 years ago, had really been spent. So we know that principal and interest payment is hitting in 25 and 26. You can see it on the chart. So the blue line is how much was existing debt on the city side only, general property tax fund. The orange line is with that new debt added on. So you can see that we're using that capacity over the next couple of years. And that was even using the strategy I mentioned in terms of using some of the fund balance to pay for that principal and interest. Because in that particular fund, we have a little bit more fund balance than we really need. And that money is specifically earmarked for bond and interest payments. But you can see in 28 is when we start getting a little bit of freeboard. You've got the straight line that's on there, and then you can start seeing, okay, we're going to start retiring some debt, and we can calculate that each year based on the debt schedule. And that is opportunity. So when you look at our capacity, which is only because of the retiring debt, you're not looking at these other mechanisms that you all have asked us to take into consideration with economic development agreements that are expiring, with the new growth in property taxes. This is for just the capacity due to retiring debt. And you can see out in 2031, there's a really significant payoff. We have a lot of our debt, which is going to be repaid. And you go back in time and figure out, well, why did we issue so much debt then? And it had to do with being right after the 2008 housing bust, the recession. And the feds were offering incentives to issue debt. They were doing what they could to support the economy. It was extremely low interest money, and we took full advantage of it. Which the beauty of that is now when we're in a tight time, if we can do some things over the next couple of years, tighten our belt, we're going to have opportunity here in the next few years that provide a lot of choices. And we'll talk about some of those in a moment. Well, right now, we'll talk about it. So when we started thinking about, okay, well, we're going to be retiring debt. And if we just start on the premise of what if we flatline, okay, our current, with the debt we just issued, roughly, our current principal and interest on the city side, just the property tax, not the stormwater, not the sanitary sewer, not the county side, is about 34 million in terms of principal and interest. Okay, and that's going to be true for the next couple of years. But then in those next years, we start seeing some capacity. So when you're evaluating what could we do in those years, there's lots of choices. So one choice is we could have additional debt to meet some of our project needs. And we would set aside the money to pay that principal and interest. Another is we could say, no, we're going to not issue more debt. We're going to take advantage of that paying off that freeboard. And we're going to be more aggressive about reducing the amount of property tax that's going to repay these. Because the more you pay off and you don't issue, you're paying each year less and less and less. Then you could also, that frees up capacity to do property tax relief. Another thing it can do is help move some projects from the capital debt projects to capital cash projects. And I'll pause here, I haven't mentioned that yet. But one of the issues that we've identified is that we are funding some maintenance type operations, or not operations, but projects out of the debt that really don't belong there. They don't have a life of 20 years. An example would be ADA ramps. Those are very important, but they should be in the operating budget. They shouldn't be in debt, where you're going to end up paying almost twice for the same thing. And on this last issue, we had several smaller projects that were on there, $100,000, that we need to move away from that. That's not the best strategy. It's costing us more for very little return and for capital projects that probably don't have a 20-year life. So just rethinking our strategy, but in all honesty, this was a strategy to meet some needs that we did not have cash for. So it's not that it wasn't understood. It's just that there's a lot of needs, and we were trying to be creative and find ways to meet those needs. The other thing we could do is have less property tax going for debt and more going for operations to add positions. You've heard presentation from the fire master plan, for example, and the need for future additional positions, which may or may not be something you advocate, but it's like, just from a general sense, we know that there's going to be areas that we need additional positions. This gives you the flexibility to consider all of those things and then make the best decision. And it can be a combination of these, the best decision that can be made. So when you put numbers to that thought, this chart is intended to look at what our current annual principal and interest is and what it will be over the next number of years through 2034. So the top line shows you that roughly 34 million. Okay, it's a little more in 26, but 34 million. And then it drops down to 30.9. Again, these are principal and interest payments, which means we have about $3.1 million worth of debt that's being paid off, which means we won't have to pay $3.1 million in principal and interest. Well, there's choices to be made there. If you were to issue more debt, it's kind of a 13-to-1 ratio based on the debt we just issued. For every $1 million you have in principal and interest, you can do $13 million worth of project. So just a good rule of thumb, but that is 100% market driven. So the market right now is very volatile, but this was a good estimate, and we would update it each year as part of the budget process. Here's what we're retiring. Here, based on current market conditions, are what we believe could be done. So if the decision was to flatline for the next number of years at 34 million, don't have more principal and interest, you might be issuing debt, but you wouldn't go above the 34 roughly. That gives you capacity to do a lot of capital improvements. But it also requires discipline, especially in the next 2 years. So another idea, just throwing that out there, is that we take that 28 opportunity, which is $40 million, and we spread it out. And we do 10 million next year, no more than 10 million new debt, and 10 million the next year, and then 20 million, and then we can go from there. Because then we start getting into those years where we're having a lot of debt retire. And that just provides a lot of opportunity for the commission to consider. So understanding we have a lot of capital needs, understanding it didn't feel very feasible. One process would be don't do any more debt for the next 2 years. Another would be spread that third year, 2028, calculated savings out over the next couple of years. And we can afford to do some projects. And there might be only 1 or 2, depending on what was approved, but we could keep moving forward on some of these plans. So this is another option for you to consider. I will caveat that if we go revenue neutral, that would be a different ballgame because we're incurring additional cost. It's $770,000 a year roughly that we would have in additional principal and interest. So we would be in a different position because we wouldn't have the revenue growth to cover that. And we'd have to come up with calculations and additional scenarios for you to consider. So that's an idea of how we could manage our debt. Something I haven't said, but I should say, is that as our overall assessed valuation goes up, and let's just say it only goes up 2%, okay? It was super conservative. So 2%, and we're keeping our debt steady over time, just naturally. it's going to be less percentage of our tax levy, our mill levy. So it's 44% now, but because the assessed value will go up, but the amount of money we're setting aside for debt stays flat, then that percentage is going to go down. So it's a strategy to try and help think about how do we tackle that issue? Because again, it didn't happen overnight, it happened over time. And it would be something that would be unwound over time, but it would accomplish that. So the same concept applies on the county general fund side. So we really don't have a lot of opportunity in the next few years because honestly, there's not a lot of debt issues that we've done on the county side. We've done some very big projects, the juvenile jail, for example, the emergency management radios, so some high dollar value. But in terms of the number of projects, there's not nearly as many. So you can see a lot of those years, you're not going to really be paying off any debt. The only caveat I would say is you see from 25 to 26 that it goes for 6.38 to 6.28. Okay, so that about $100,000 savings. What we would recommend is that we proceed with the match money that has been previously authorized. Okay, we would bring that back to be reauthorized and issue the permanent debt for $3 million for the Willig-Gill replacement. We have Cerner money for that. We have some cash money for that. And then we had the $3 million that was identified for debt funding. And so if we're going to proceed with that and be able to afford to build something, we would recommend we would go ahead and do that. That would be the one project that's previously authorized that we bring forward. We would have you reauthorize it as part of that permanent debt. And the net difference, because we're talking about $3 million, the net difference in the annual principal and interest with that little bit of retirement and the $3 million more in debt would be about $137,000. Now that is not a lot of money in the bigger scheme of things, but it is a fund that is struggling. The county general fund does not have a lot of capacity. And we know that the fund balance is down. And we know that the financial forecast that the budget team shows the commission as part of the budget every year, that the fund's struggling. And what makes it even more challenging is that the fund is paying for critical criminal justice functions that aren't really discretionary. It's paying for your jail. It's paying for your court system. It's paying for your district attorney. So these are, and the sheriff's office. So these are major consumers, if you will, of the county general fund. So there's not a lot of latitude in terms of what could we reduce, what could we cut out of that fund to meet those minimum requirements, because the bulk of the fund are those truly criminal justice system related core functions. But there is opportunity using the same thought, the same strategy is in 2029, you can see that we start retiring some debt. And so that would free up about $1,121,000 in terms of annual principal and interest payments that would go down because we paid off debt. And an idea would be that you could issue $14.3 million in terms of new debt. Okay, so if additional projects are identified, that gives us some opportunity without increasing the current amount of principal and interest that we're paying. So we're basically just taking advantage of that differential, which could be used for debt, or it could be used for cash projects, then you're not paying interest on them, or it could be used for property tax relief or operations. So there's a lot of options here. This is 100% property tax in terms of the money that goes to fund the debt on the county side. And we do talk about on the city side that is 44%. On the county side, it is 6%. So it's a lot lower percentage of the mill levy that's going to debt. We have a lot less debt in total, but it's in a fund that is struggling because it has core mission critical functions. And that fund just simply isn't keeping up with the spend, in particular for the jail. And that was something that the sheriff had shared during the budget process. And it's a concern to be able to manage that system because you just receive what you receive from the courts. And it's not like you can necessarily, well, without the court, you can't let anybody out on like supervised release you have to keep them in jail. And so it's kind of a cost that the sheriff really can't control. So it's just food for thought in terms of this fund, while a lot smaller dollars, also is a fund that has a lot more challenges financially overall. So, another point is that the last time we actually issued debt for the county was in 2021. And that was doing some improvements to the adult jail. And then in 2020, we did the juvenile jail. So we haven't really done any county bond issues in a number of years. So it's not like there's a whole bunch lined up that we're going to have to cancel or put on pause really for a period of years. They're just different needs. There's not as many facilities, capital projects. They don't pay for the roads, for example, doesn't come from the county side. So it's just a different nature of a fund. So again, we would recommend that we don't do any additional debt, particularly knowing the situation with that fund, except for the Willig-Gill for the $3 million to help get us across the finish line on that project that the commission has given support to. And then we would start evaluating the future needs in 2029 when we start seeing additional debt reduction. So that would be our suggestion on the county general side, which again, can only be used for county capital improvements. Most of our debt, most of our capital projects are on the city side. In terms of the sanitary sewer fund, so with the project or the permanent debt we just did, you can see we went from 12.2 million, that was our existing debt, to 16.7 million, and that's principal and interest payments. So a lot of that bond issue, it was roughly say 55 million, was sanitary sewer projects. Okay, so they had calculated in the rate analysis that additional 4.5 million to start going towards debt over the next number of years. So it's built into the rate model. It's something they can afford. With the constraint that the commission has put on them, which is we're not going to do anything more than the 4% over the current rates through 2028. And then that drops down to 3.5%. And that was all calculated, as I understand it, in terms of the consent decree and these required projects to get us through meeting those legal obligations that we have. So they're working on that model continuously because the sewer rates pay not only for the debt payments for capital projects, but any capital maintenance that's paid for from the operations, as well as the operational costs. All of the operations related to running the pump stations, the sewer treatment plant, all of that is all funded from sewer rates. So they've got to look at more than just debt variable. They're looking at all of those variables and making sure that they can stay within that 4% annual sewer rate. And I will tell you that that is challenging because the cost of construction has gone up significantly since COVID, frankly, for all kinds of construction. But there's been this rapid increase, more than just normal inflation on the capital side. So but they're looking at that, they're updating the cost estimates of the projects, they're trying to balance that out. But for what was just approved, that had been built into the model. Okay, so anything that we bring forward, that will be part of our conversation. Is this in the model? Does it fit within the 4% annual sewer rate increases? Or what are the other options? They could slow down the projects. They, I guess, could ask for higher increases. I don't know that that would be received very well, but they're trying to balance that out because we do have some legal requirements we've got to meet. But we are suggesting that we tie our debt to the rate model and we try to limit our debt somewhat to the amount that we have currently, so it doesn't start taking on more of that operating cost like we have going on the city general fund side. So that's a lot of information, and I hope it gives you some food for thought. We're responding to the idea that the commission has advocated that we need to come up with a better strategy on debt to manage, to make it more manageable. So we've come up with ideas of how could we do that in terms of issuing debt, holding off, putting some caps on what we issue over the next few years. And then that gives you more opportunity to make decisions. But it really does require, and it is hard because these capital needs are very important. But it may be that we have to slow them down for a couple of years until we get better opportunity in the out years because we don't have enough money to keep pulling for more debt. So we're trying to keep the money that's in the operating fund there and not pull more towards debt, and yet also balance with meeting our capital needs. And to me, the light at the end of the tunnel is that we are going to be retiring a lot of debt over the next 10 years. And that provides an enormous amount of opportunity, but we're just not there yet. Every year we look at what can be paid off early. And we have actually in a policy that has been adopted by the commission. We look at any debt that has been in place for 10 years or more. Okay, you can't do a call, you can't refinance or pay off until you hit 10 years. Okay, that's general practice, GO bonds, because the people who buy these bonds, because there are real people that buy these bonds, they are expecting a return on their investment. So they're guaranteed they'll get 10 years. But at that point, we reevaluate. Should we refinance? Is there better interest rates? Could we pay off early with some of the strategies that we've identified? We look at that every year. And so that will be things that as those opportunities come up, we will bring those forward for the commission to consider. Because the whole strategy here is how to reduce our debt? Because that provides our flexibility to be able to meet so many of our needs, including tax reduction, tax relief, and capital needs, and not paying interest on small little bitty projects. I mean, there's so many things that we're trying to tackle all at the same time, but we feel like this is feasible. This is something that we could do with the commission's support. So you all have already started the process, the journey with some of the ordinances that you've approved. And we do appreciate that because that gives us some direction of things to consider to bring forward that help to round out this process. We've got debt retirement, we've got these two ordinances, and so that's all of that can be considered. It's the commission's budget at the end of the day. You may say, Shelley, I don't care. We need to have more capital projects. So we're going to issue more debt. And we understand we're going to pull more of the mill levy over to pay for that debt. That'll be an intentional decision. But part of the reason why we're recommending a more simplified process is so that you're making that decision all at once. You're not making decisions over 4 years where you're authorizing temporary notes, permanent debt, principal and interest. You're making it all at once. You're saying, okay, authorized and permanent debt as part of the budget, we'll have a plan. But we'll have you authorize and do the permanent debt, okay, which again is part of the strategy because we won't be paying interest on interest and cost of issuance twice, so it'll cost us less. It stretches our dollar. And so it'll all be at one time, and we'll be able to convey after the sale, based on the interest rates we get, what's going to be we can estimate it, but what will be our principal and interest that starts coming due when we start paying the bonds back, which is in the next year. So we know what the commitment is. So you authorize debt, but you also know, okay, you pre-decided how some dollars are going to be used in the next year, not 4 years down the road, because there's just too many moving parts to keep track of, but it's very succinct and it helps us be able to convey to the citizens, to the public, exactly what it is that we're doing, when it will start, and when it will be getting done. So with that, I'm glad to answer questions. Debbie Johnsher's here and Reggie's here as well. We've been lots of discussions about debt. They're very knowledgeable. You may have more questions. We may be able to answer them, or we may want to say, we'll get back to you. But we did want to take a few minutes to go through this. And it's just, it's a situation that happened over time. When you start adding in some of the economic development bonds, you do start getting somewhere close to almost $1 billion in total debt at the issuance, which there's different funding sources that repay those, but it is a huge amount of money, especially for a community that has 169,000 people. because that's not a huge population. We do have a very healthy business community, which also helps. So it's just thinking through the strategy and trying to give you some options, ourselves trying to brainstorm some options, welcome all ideas or good ideas, or worth exploring. So I'll pause and take questions.
Okay, thank you, Administrator, and thank you to our CFO for educating the commission and our community on where we stand with our accumulated debt. I think it was valuable. We have a question from Commissioner King.
Now, Shelley, you said a minute ago, if we thought that you need to be corrected or whatever, we could do that, right?
Yes, of course.
I voted on $2 million for the Willig-Gill Center. I'm not sure where 5 million came from, which is 2.5 times what we talked about in the first place. So we need to be, in my mind, we need to be closer to 2 million than 5 million. And I don't ever remember voting on the 5 million.
I understand. And this is, Commissioner, if I can, this is one of the reasons why I want to condense the process. And I don't know that people necessarily had a full breadth of understanding. So if you go backwards in time to the CIP, 3 million was authorized, okay, for debt. There was other money, there's Cerner money and other money, but it was authorized for debt. There's ARPA money too. So authorized in our past system, because I don't want to do this anymore, allowed people to start spending. Okay, they haven't dipped into this 3 million, but it was authorized by the commission. But now time forward, now you're 3 or 4 years that are down the road, and you don't remember that, or you maybe didn't even think about what does that really mean. And we had additional money that became available through ARPA. So, you know, circumstances change and it evolves, but that's part of why I really want to try and make this a very succinct process so that when things are being brought to the commission, you know right then and there exactly what's included, exactly how much will be authorized. We'll disclose there's also these other funding sources. So you're making a holistic decision. Now, as far as the money that was in the previous authorization, which I can get to you, but if you'll trust me that it was in there, we would bring that back to you to authorize. So you all can have more discussion and what would be the implications of that. But that's why that number was used. It was previously authorized as debt.
I'm not sure that came out right. Well, we would come back to you and see if you would authorize it, or maybe I took it wrong. I'm still saying, and I don't care what your documentation says, conversation I remember was $2 million.
So
Understood.
Commissioner King, this is Reginald Lindsay, Unified Government Budget Director. Where you might be thinking about the $2 million is we put funding in the budget over 2 years, and the first year was 1 million, and then the second year was 2 million. So maybe that's what you're thinking about with the 2 million
Oh,
for a total of 3 million.
yes. I know it was, at the end of the day, it was a total of 3 million, but now it's 2 more million.
Well,
No, it's not 3 more.
It's not more. It's that
Did you say,
original money.
did you say at one point it was $5 million?
So there's $2 million set aside for the Willig-Gill replacement. That is from the Cerner settlement.
Yep.
There is 2 million that is set aside from ARPA money that was approved by the commission, or 1 million. It's a total of 5. Or no, I'm sorry, it's 6, a total of 6. I misspoke. So it's 2 ARPA.
Wait,
To
wait,
Cerner.
stop, please stop. I'm saying we need to be as close to $2 million. I don't care where the rest of the money come. If it was $3 million, Reggie, that's great. I think $5 million is ridiculous. That's my point. You know, and we went through a whole bunch of stuff in the last several months trying to figure all this out. I mean, we should never give the community college everything that we gave them. In fact, we ought to use one of their buildings instead of us having to build our own. But in my mind, somewhere, somehow, I don't believe we should get to the 5 million. It should be closer to 3. That's all I'm trying to say.
I'll let the administrator weigh in.
We'll give you a reaccounting of that. That's the certain money, but we do know we have $2 million of certain Cerner money that we're working with now. After that, we'll give you the accounting of that and all that. I mean, we're not building a Taj Mahal or anything on that regard, but right now it's the $2 million that we're working on to build that. And once we get a final estimate from the architect who's presently designing it, that's when we'll get a final dollar amount, and we'll be reporting that once we get that from you. But right now, I understand where your urgency is coming from, Commissioner. We're here to keep it as low a dollar amount as possible, and that was always been our goal. So don't be so alarmed on the $3 amount under debt. I don't think that's always been.
One other thing I want to remind is we better build this pretty fast before all these tariffs starts kicking our butt.
Okay. So it's our intent to have a very reasonable, affordable building on James Street to meet the needs of our community.
Thank you, Commissioner Kane, and thank you, Administrator Commissioner Stites.
Thank you, Mayor. Stites District 7. So I don't want to beat this. So how much money has been voted on and allocated by the commission for Willig-Gill?
So we'll bring back a full accounting and then how much has been spent because we bought some land, for example. But I believe, and I misspoke at first, it's 2 million from Cerner.
Okay,
Plus 2 million from ARPA, plus 3 million authorized but not issued and not yet spent in debt.
so now it's 7.
We never intended to go that high by any means of the imagination. So just,
And we'll bring that
we'll
back.
get you that accounting
Just
tomorrow,
I'm just
email wise.
Asking a simple question. Can anybody, if not, just tell me we can at this time. Can anybody say what amount has been voted on and approved? And I know that there's other money that, has been, hey, we could use this for this,
Mhm.
but what has been voted on and approved for this project?
Mhm. Technically all of it, but let me clarify. So the Cerner money has been approved and by the commission. Okay, it was an agreement that we entered into that you all approved. The ARPA money is the commission approved how to use that money. It's been voted on and approved by the commission. And then with our old debt strategy, we do these things called authorization. Okay, which is voted on as part of the budget or standalone. They've done it both ways historically, but that actually is voted on by the commission. The challenge is, and why I'm suggesting a different process is exactly things like this. There's new money that comes into the picture. There's changing circumstances, changing desires, or believe that this was what we agreed to. But whatever the numbers are, because I could be misremembering.
Okay. All right.
So give me the grace of that. But all of those would have been voted on by the commission. None of those are done administratively.
Okay.
But we'll get you the real numbers on what was approved. The positive is that with the 3 million that was in debt, okay, we've taken that away in terms of not authorizing any spend of that money to preserve your choice, okay, on debt, because we're doing a whole debt strategy and we want you to be engaged around, is that the decision you want to make? So it's not being spent, not being tapped into, and that's why we would bring it back to you when we go to that permanent debt. Whatever the direction ends up being, if we're going to issue some debt for that project, we would have you reauthorize whatever the decision is. So we have, some variables there. if
So
that
it's
helps.
possible
Uh-huh.
that we could say, we're not interested in issuing any more debt towards that project and build it for the money that we have allocated towards that project. Is that right? Which sounds like it could be, sounds like 4 million or 5, somewhere in that ballpark. Am I correct in
By
saying
the
that?
time we walk out of here, I will have the numbers. I'll go upstairs and get them, but
Okay, all right.
I just apologize.
No,
There's
that's
so
not-
many
I mean-
numbers in my head right now, but
Yeah.
but yes, it is possible that the
Okay.
decision of the commission would be no more money and we'd have to build it with the money that we have. Others would have to speak to what can we build then for that amount of money.
Yeah, and I think that when that money was, hey, we'll issue debt towards that things have changed, right? Other money has came in that we're saying could go towards that, right? And the Cerner settlement came in probably subsequent that authorization. So I mean, there's been some things that have changed since then. We've realized now from presentations, the need for fire stations, police stations. So I just want to make sure that we're looking at addressing all of those and how when we're issuing debt, that it is spread out equally. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner, I have to agree with you. I think that $3 million that you're talking about authorization, when you looked at the budget that was passed for FY '23, there was no authorization. So all authorizations are off the table. So all that's gone.
Right.
And so there is no authorization spent. So there is no, so that's gone. So the only thing that was there is the 2 million on Cerner, and if there was any approved ARPA, and we'll get that verified to you, to all of you in due course, very quickly, no later than tomorrow. So, but again, our intention was not to build a Taj Mahal. We're going to have a very suitable building to meet the needs of our community.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Stites. Thank you, Administrator again, and Commissioner Lopez.
Okay, so tell me why, we got all that money wrapped up over there and we only have for 3 million, then we could put the rest of it back in general fund and you wouldn't have to pull all the money from other departments and put back into the general fund. Am I correct there?
Somewhat. So the 3 million is the total principal. So like if you buy your house, you pay.
No, I got you. I'm way ahead.
It's only 137,000 more or $100,000 savings based on a little bit of tiny debt that's going to be paying down. That money would go back to the general fund, to the operating budget, not the whole 3 million, because that's repaid over 20 years. So your project cost, the total debt is over a long period of time. The annual budget impact is that principal and interest, which is why I'm focusing on that in this presentation. Both are important because you have your whole debt portfolio, which affects things like our bond rating. And then you also have that annual impact because now you're paying a mortgage payment on the debt. So it's the same concept.
So what about the other monies like from the election office and the aging and disability department and other departments that's already been allocated by statute and put back in the general fund? What's going on there? I mean, if we've got the money tied up in way more money than we need in Willig-Gill, why do all that? And then
Yeah, so an alternative would be if you identified a capital need in another place that you did want to issue $3 million for in debt, it would allow you to meet that without going over what we're recommending for annual principal and interest. So as you get some savings, because things are paying off, then your principal and interest payment goes down. And so you have a choice. Are you going to use that savings that's going to happen the next year for new debt, which is what was on the presentation? Or are you going to not incur additional debt? And so then you have the debt payment savings that goes over to the operating account. And just as a point of clarification, we do budget a number of things in their own fund, but a lot of counties in Kansas don't do it that way. So we do it as a legacy practice from when we were a separate county. But I want you to make sure that you understand there's no statutory requirement to have a separate fund with a separate dollar amount dedicated to that group. That's just how we do it. Now, we are required to have an election board. We are required to offer mental health services. So the needs are one thing, the funds are different. But regardless if they're in their own fund or if they're in the operating general fund, county general fund, if there was a capital need that was identified, like election equipment, I know the election board has raised that question, then that could be something we debt finance over time. A strategy, because there's lots of combinations, could be to use some of the operating money.
right, but we have the money already. It's just in somewhere else, so that somewhere we don't need all that. Don't
Right.
rate me sitting over there.
Right, you
When
would
we're
have to
pulling from
authorize
other
that for it.
departments that actually need it.
I understand. Yeah, you would have
That's-
to
that-
authorize it for
and-
whatever else.
According to, our state treasury, that's a good, he's kind of contradicting that. So, okay, but anyway. I just don't want us to get clipped or anything, but thanks.
I understand.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Once the Willig-Gill facility is up and running, who's going to maintain it? Nobody seems to be able to answer that question for me.
So the current facility
Are we deeding it over to that
I don't believe so. but I'll
religious group
defer.
or what?
We pay for the operating costs of the current Willig-Gill. It's going to be our responsibility going forward. It's already in our cost model.
And how much money is that right now?
We do have some operating money and we have some grant money that goes to fund that. We can get you the details. It's several $100,000, mostly grant funding. And so there currently is 2 nonprofits that operate that facility. There's Mount Carmel and there's Hot Lunches Inc., which is a collection of Catholic churches. Hot Lunches Inc. is not subsidized at all. That was all privately funded. So the meals that are served, we're not paying for. That's all done by the churches and the volunteers. Mount Carmel is providing a lot of surrounding services. So workforce training, how to get housing, providing some of those support services, and that's what they are charged to do. And we pay for that through a contract.
Okay. So who's going to own the building?
I believe it's intended.
We
that
are.
We are?
Yes.
We own it now. That
Right.
model isn't changing.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So this is the last thing I'll kind of say on that deal. I think this goes back to when we were talking about the community college coming down and purchasing that block of property, and that it was voted on and we sold it for $10, knowing that we were going to have to put $3 to $7 million right now is what, is floating around into it, knowing that we were going to have continuing costs. I think that there should have been a better negotiation with the community college saying, we expect some sort of help since you're displacing Willig-Gill. Why does that burden fall solely on the taxpayers of Wyandotte County to build a new Willig-Gill Center when we already had one? We already had a location. And then for the community college, I think that there should have been some shouldering from the community college to help us financially with Willig-Gill. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Knieven, thank you so much for the informative presentation. I just want to go through kind of a list of different things. I want to start with the consent decree projects. You kind of mentioned a little bit of that earlier. How does kind of what's listed and what's mandated in the consent decree interact with our proposed new debt strategy?
So I don't have a definitive answer right now because of the infrastructure cost accelerating in cost. When that was negotiated, it was on certain costs.
Mhm.
Those costs have escalated, so they're reworking the model, which may necessitate spreading out the projects over time, which would require a renegotiation of the consent decree.
Gotcha.
Which is not guaranteed that they would agree.
Mhm.
So there's a schedule of XYZ projects have to be done by this time period. And so we know that the doubt that was just done was in the model, was anticipated. But now that we see that the costs have gone up so much, and you've got to factor in your operational cost, all of their contractual costs, supplies, all of that has gone
Sure.
up.
Yeah.
So they're reworking that, but that'll be part of what we bring back forward through the budget process.
Okay. That
No
would be,
decisions have been made about that.
That would be great. And if there's been any changes to that process, that would be great as well. I do remember there was a presentation regarding the consent decree pretty recently. And one of the things that was made very clear that there's risk in not doing some of these things. And so I think we have to really weigh kind of all of the pros and cons, even with this particular debt strategy, particularly when we're discussing something like that. For the CMIP, when will we see the CMIP for, I think, what, we're on a 5-year schedule, so it'd be what, 26 to 31?
You see it every year as part of the annual budget process because you're only authorizing year one.
Yes,
But you would see an updated.
yes,
CIP
that's what I mean. When do we have it will just
One of the
be with
budget
the general?
workshops.
Oh, I don't know if your mic is on, Reggie.
Reginald Lindsay, Unified Government Budget Director. So we will have a CIP budget workshop. I think it will be like June, so one of the budget workshops in June, maybe like June 12th or so.
Gotcha. Okay. That'll be very, very helpful because I know that's going to have a huge impact on the current conversation we're having on debt right now. Some of the projects, Dr. Knieven, that you mentioned were funded, and at least I may be misremembering, by grants. Am I
Not on this
missing
list.
something?
There could have been grants that assisted, but what's on this list were the bond proceeds. that
Okay,
would
so
be
just kind of the bond portion of that project.
That's right.
Okay, I was not sure on that amount. Okay, I obviously think, we have to get our own house in order like any other budget and make sure that whatever debt we take on is something that we can manage. I like the idea or some combination of options C and D, meaning we would free up some dollars for property tax relief. And by relief, we're really talking a mill levy or a property tax rate reduction. Just want to make that very clear. But I also like the idea of saving the taxpayers some money on interest. And instead of paying, whoever lended us, right, those dollars, putting those dollars back into our community. And so that's the feedback that I would have regarding those particular options. Our credit rating. Last time we had spoken about this, we had a decent credit rating. I think it was A1. Is that still the option? What's the S&P and Moody's status for us?
So it's AA1, and as part of the presentation on the financial history, we've got a chart that shows what it's been over the years. There was a point in time where our bond rating was barely investment grade. That's how they calculate it. And most cities for general obligation bonds use S&P, Standards & Poor's, and they use Moody's. There's also Fitch, but most communities are using the other two. So we've got ratings from both of those. They reaffirmed our rating. And I asked the question, what would we have to do to get a bond rating increase? And some of that's within our control, which is reduce your debt profile.
Gotcha. The AA1 is from who?
I believe Moody's. I'm going
Okay,
from
and then
memory.
do you have the S&P?
That's S&P?
That's S&P.
Then it's A1.
A1 from Moody's?
So on Moody's, we're 3 steps from the best rating.
Okay,
Okay, and on S&P, we're like 5 steps from the
okay.
top.
And just because I know we are talking very somewhat high level here, right, for folks. So let's just break it down. The equivalent, let's just say to somebody's personal finance here. So a AA1, what would that be equivalent to a credit score for an individual? What would that be? Are we talking 750, 775? Where would you?
Let me think on that.
Okay.
And I'm glad to follow up on that.
Okay.
As we have more conversations to try and equate it, but at least like an apples to apples comparison. That's a good fair comparison that people can understand why is a credit rating important.
Yes,
And the better your credit rating, which means you're lower risk borrower,
yes.
means you get a better interest rate. So there is a savings from it. It's very important. But I have some data. So when I do the historical information, I'll bring that answer back to kind of give a perspective of that.
That would be great, especially again, there's been a lot of conversations on us going bankrupt and all these other things. And so having kind of a more updated conversation on our financial health and ability to borrow, really important. We did have some conversations about grants in the Administration of Human Services Standing Committee. And so with that, there was a request for an ARPA update. I would just reiterate that request.
We're working on it.
Because we definitely need that information, particularly as we look at our grant situation as well. I will also say, and we'll keep bringing this up, I would love for us to keep talking about revenue neutral and what the impact it has had, not only in the 2025 budget, but what on the horizon for 2026, what is the impact of revenue neutral? If we were to go revenue neutral again, what are the implications on our debt ability, as well as our services and on personnel and projects? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Shelley, this was very informative. I'm looking at the principal and interest payments. I don't know, it might be about fifth slide in, something like that. I think those are the telling numbers for me. I marked mine all up when I initially looked it over when you sent it to me. There was a few slides in here that really hit home for me, and I think shared the picture. On the principal, debt, and interest payments, we see that our bonded indebtedness has grown by just shy of $2 million a year over the last 10 years. And that may not sound like a lot one year, but when you add 10, 15 years, it adds up to a considerable amount of money. And that's just on the county and city side. When you talk about the growth in the sewer fund and the water fund, I know that that's identified money that has its own payment source, but that's 1.35 million growth a year. And that's serious money. We just talked about $5 million for a food kitchen, and we already spent that in debt in the first 2 years we had a discussion. So anything that we can do to reduce our debt. And I really appreciated the other slide that showed the $3 million that was spent initially on going out and getting the bonds. How if we carry those temporary notes, we have to pay that 3%. As we move forward at $3 million. That's pretty eye-opening, especially when we went through the last budget and we had, I know there were some that I brought forward bonding 75,000 for 20 years. When I see those kind of numbers, those are pretty startling to me. I would like to see those kind of numbers be paid in cash. I'd like to see us as a body be able to do just that. Look at, see our capital projects and state, if this project costs us 500,000, we don't have to bond it. We can pay cash and get it on and get it over with. And I believe we will get there, but the discipline has to be demonstrated. And I can share with you that in the last 6 months, I have a little more confidence in us being able to attain that. I think the pressure has been put on us to do the deep dives that we've been committed to doing. And this whole revenue neutral, as well as looking at our budget costs and where we can be more efficient and effective in how we go about financing our debt and doing business is going to come. It's going to be a bigger, better picture for us moving forward.
One of the things that I didn't say, but I think is an important point, particularly if people from the public are listening, is we're trying to flip the narrative from here's all of our capital needs, how do we fund them? To that's like saying, I want to buy a house. Well, I'm just going to look at every house out there and find the one I like. We first say, what kind of house can we afford? What kind of mortgage payment can we afford? And that's what we're trying to do, is flip that conversation to achieve all of these competing goals. How can we start with the end in mind? How much can we afford each year? And that'll end up being a commission decision. And then, okay, that tells us how much money we have to work with, and you'll have the full list of the projects, all the needs that are there, and give direction. We'll give you recommendations, but you'll give direction on, okay, well, this is the mortgage payment we can afford, so let's do this house and that house. And so it just kind of switches the conversation and condenses it so that you're making a well-informed decision all at once. All the information has been shared through all of these steps previously, so I don't mean to intend that the information wasn't shared, but when you're talking about dozens of projects and the information's being shared over 3 or 4 years, That's challenging, particularly for a commission to keep track of. So if we can get that condensed, save money by not doing the temporary notes, define how much money we're going to spend on principal and interest, what do we feel like we can afford? That will help guide the decisions. And frankly, Mayor, you all have taken the step with some of the ideas that you brought forward, the commission supported, but also just the debt pause. Just doing a, hey, let's take a minute to look at this and interrupt the flow so that we can think about what we can afford. So that's what we did in the budget, was a pause. It's not to say that these projects won't move forward. It's we need to have a good plan of how they move forward in a way that we can afford and also meet all of these other competing needs. These are competing needs. Property tax relief, fund all your capital projects. That's a competition of resources, okay? So giving you guys the time to make those decisions and balance that, it was the intent of all of this, to just take the time to figure out what direction we want to go.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Shelley. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Bynum at large one. Question that you may not know the answer to right this minute, but I would appreciate it for a future budget conversation. The current estimate to repair or replace the failed rock wall on the west side of Wyandotte County Lake. And because I think it's going to be part of our budget conversation in terms of, I'm guessing that
What I know is that we've got about 1.2 million already approved in previous budgets for that project. I don't know the current cost estimate, so we'll get an update on that.
and yeah, and then like strategies
Yeah,
on,
how to pay for it.
right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum. And I've talked to our Parks Director. That is moving. I think they're looking at RFPs and things of that nature. So that is moving along with the Veterans Memorial out at the lake as well, if you didn't see that. So both of those projects are moving forward, and that's really the great work of our administration and our Parks Director that working with our budget CFO, and you all approved those funds. So we're excited about that. Thank you, Doctor, and thank you to our budget team. A great presentation on our debt tonight. Hopefully, both the commission and the community got something of value from this. I know I did. Really, if you back up a few years, when I came in as mayor, I really advocated hard and strong on behalf of the community for us to take a hard look at the financials here at the unified government. What came out of that was a report, an independent outside unaffiliated audit from Robert Bob Group that really raised some alarms for us to take into consideration. I can say that this commission has listened, community, for those of you who have watched. There's been a lot of spirited debates here that you've seen over the years, but what I can tell you is that this commission is listening, they're paying attention along with our staff. And what I'm taking just from the conversation tonight is that you have a commission that's committed and dedicated to finding real solutions to some of the financial challenges that we have here at the unified government. And this commission has taken the steps necessary to put a pressure point on some of the financial challenges that we've addressed. For one, revenue neutral. Even though I know some commissioners, it was a hard choice to make, they did it. Our CFO just mentioned that was a pause that we could take to look at how we could streamline this government, operate more efficiency, find savings, and really just work really hard on behalf of our residents to bring about a more efficient and effective unified government. What came of that, and I really want to applaud the commission here recently. If you've been watching, if you haven't paid attention, 2 resolutions came forward. And thank you, Commissioner Ramirez, because myself and the administrator brought forward 25% to go towards incentive programs that drop off. And now that's 50% to go towards debt. And I know our CFO just talked about the value of us retiring the debt. Unanimous support for that from this commission. Also unanimous support for future development projects. 10% will go towards retiring the debt. That frees up additional money, as our CFO talked about, to hopefully do things such as property tax reduction, work on BPU pilot relief, or critical infrastructure needs that we know this community needs, this staff needs to be able to provide the essential services that this community has come to not only demand but expect, and that they deserve. And so I really want to applaud this commission to start moving in a direction of fiscal responsibility, because we know what came out of the Robert Bob report from that soft audit was that we were looking at a financial cliff in 26, 28. We had the leadership of our current administrator came in and working with staff, our new CFO and our budget director, that put a stop to that. It's been pushed out to about 2030, but I'm confident that if we don't add any more unnecessary additional debt, that the 2030 challenge can be avoided as well. And so I just ask that this commission and future commission and mayors continue to work to that end, to be strategic and intentional about identifying what the essential services for our residents should be, really being intentional about what type of debt and to the extent of what type of debt and bondness that we have, and make sure that we continue our commitments to those mandates that we have that we just are obligated to pay, and that we always continue to put the interests of our community first. And in residents, so if you're watching, I can tell you that's exactly what this commission is doing. And if you pay attention as we go through these budget process, you're hearing a different direction from our staff on how we budget, on how we look at things financially, from the direction of our administrator. You're seeing your commissioners really buy into the necessity that we cannot continue to do business as usual here at the unified government. And we are moving away from business as usual. And we're doing things that I'm confident, as your mayor, that are really going to put us in a good fiscal position moving forward, including the hiring, because some of this is predicated on expanding our tax base. And we've got a new economic development director in place, working with Wyandotte and our administrator. They're looking at hopefully some very lucrative development prospects that can expand our tax base, bring in jobs, bring in the type of dollars to really improve the dynamic here at the unified government and Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas for the years and decades to come. And so I'm excited about that. And so I just want to say thank you to this commission for your support of a lot of the recommendations that have come forward. And thank you, community, for letting your voice be heard, because it is pushing this unified government direction that I believe is going to bring about the value that you've come to expect, demand, and that I know you deserve. So thank you so much. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very, very quick. The construction's actually looking really, really good out there for City Hall. Do we have a projected completion date? I know we had mentioned it. I just want to follow up with that for that construction for City Hall.
I spoke with John Kelly about that this last week. He said July 4th.
Of 2025.
Yes.
Of this year. Okay. Hey, that's a very, you can't just throw out the month and the day. You got to throw in the year as well. Okay. Cool.
So it better be on or before.
It looks really good. It looks really good. And I'm really excited for us to be able to use that, especially with, the summer coming up. So, okay. Thank you, Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, Commissioner. I like Independence Day. Sounds good. And I'll end this with this. John Kelly, who is our building and logistics director, he will be bringing forth options for you all commissioners. I know I haven't talked to all of you, to look at updates on the Willig-Gill, as well as option considerations that I know you all are going to need to make regarding the Reardon Convention Center opportunity that's still there. So, Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to say thank you to our fellow commissioners and the staff for the work that's already been done in regards to the Willig-Gill Center and them moving. It's part, in my mind, it's part of an economic development piece that we as a community are looking into. We have had Many of our commissioners and our residents complain about the unhoused population in our community. And by moving the Willig-Gill Center on James Street, that will help a little bit in moving them from the site of downtown, hopefully. Usually those residents here in our community hang out where they can receive services. And so I appreciate each and every one of our commissioners and our mayor and our employees, our staff, for the work that you are doing and plan to do to help that population. And I'm looking forward to a new narrative in downtown KCK. That new narrative being we have a beautiful place where the old Reardon Center is now, where the Brotherhood Bank is now. We have a new building being built or rehab there, the new library. I'm just looking for a brand new narrative downtown. We won't have folks laying around on the ground and in the downtown area, hopefully. So I appreciate each and every one of you for the work that you're doing and plan to do here in our community. I still say it all the time, together we can do great things. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to thank you for co-chairing the Homeless and Neighbors in Needs Task Force. It really worked hard with a lot of our stakeholders to bring about good recommendations that really helped with the Willig-Gill project. And yeah, I agree with you, moving that facility down there to hopefully enhance the services in a new location with great value to our city center, as well as the other opportunities that you talked about. And for all those that are serving on task force, I know Commissioner Stites and Burrows are also looking, working with our administration and staff, when you talk about economic development, how to remove some of the red tape and the bureaucracy that's involved here at the unified government to just be able to get good projects done. And so I'm really excited about the work that they're doing, and I'm confident that working with our administrator that process will be streamlined. So a lot of you developers out there that have constantly knocking on my door saying, Mayor, you know, it's really hard to do businesses here. I can tell you that with this commission and the commitment from our staff and our administrator, I believe that help is on the way and great things are going to come as a result of just improving the policies and the systems and the dynamic here at the unified government. So thank you again for the presentation. And with that, I don't believe. All right, beat me to it. I will accept the motion and there's a second. No further business. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Lopez,
Yes, aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows, Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez, Hill,
Aye.
Kane. Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll adjourn and then we will reconvene for our regular session at 7 p.m. Thank you.
I didn't know. Were you the same? My sister Teresa. We made it. We're so lost. Oh, yeah. Take it all. Yeah. Yeah, go to Our Lady St. Mary's. I'm their first cousin. And your name is Silver. Well. No. Burdett? That's my maiden name. A small world. This is a very small world. I should be going to church right now. I should be going to church right now. You bet. She's a little and Don, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and Judy, I think that's gonna be. Yeah, we have. I gotta get to those. Right here. Got it. Right here works. Oh, no. It's only by this.
Greetings, everyone. And welcome. Today's April 3rd, 2025, and this is the regular session of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, full commission meeting. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some commissioners, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone, and some are also on site. All participants joining by phone should please mute your phones at this time. And this is to avoid any background noise during this meeting and also to avoid any disruptions. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak, if you're allowed to speak, so that the public that is observing knows who exactly is speaking. This is also important for our clerk, so she can gather the information she needs to make sure it's entered correctly into the Unified Government's records. This is also critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General's office. If public comments are allowed on the agenda items, comments should be limited to that specific topic for discussion. Per the Commission Rules of Procedures, and as the chair of this body, disorderly conduct will not be tolerated any time during the course of this meeting. With that, I'll now call this meeting to order. Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call. Lopez.
Here.
Stites.
Here.
Davis.
Here.
Bynum. Here. Burrows.
Here.
Townsend. We have an absence memo. Burns.
Here.
Ramirez.
Here.
Hill.
Here.
Kane.
Here.
Garner.
Here, thank you. We're going to start off with our invocation. That's going to be given by Sister Therese. If she's here, she can come forward. I'll ask that everybody please stand, and immediately following the invocation, we'll go into our Pledge of Allegiance.
We acknowledge, God, that you are here. And we lift our hearts. Loving and tender God, there seems to be a lot of talk of budgets these days. The Kansas legislators just struggle to come up with a budget. Daily, the national news carries stories of our country's budget, the concerns about deficits, and the chaos caused by decisions being made. It seems these commissioners just spent a pre-meeting looking at the UG's budgets and debts and looking at options. Does heaven need a budget, God? For those of us who are Christians, we have read that Jesus said, "Do not worry about what you are to eat or drink or use for clothing. Your heavenly Father knows all that you need." We also know that Jesus had a treasurer, an apostle who kept the money. So God, please send us your Spirit to assist us in making wise decisions about money, decisions that further the common good of everyone in this community. Bless this community
And let us have special compassion and concern for our community members these days who carry fear. Finally, thank you, generous God, that you are a God who never puts budget limits on your mercy extended, your spirit of wisdom offered, and your love poured out. Pour out your spirit on all those gathered here, and then on our mayor, these commissioners, the people being honored, everyone who is gathered here this evening. And I pray in the name of our brother Jesus, amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Sister Therese. Clerk, are there any revisions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor, there are no revisions.
All right. That takes us to the mayor's agenda. It's a full agenda tonight. We have 7 items. The first item is the recognition of our special guest this evening, Mr. DJ Daniels. Mr. Daniels will be receiving an official mayoral commendation that I'm proud to give to him, as well as recognitions from police officers from the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department and the Wyandotte County Sheriff's Department. I want to recognize Commissioner Stites, who was the one that facilitated this, worked with the family to get this young man and his family members here so we could honor him right here in Wyandotte County in Kansas City, Kansas. And we are proud to do that. We call something here, when we do great things and people we know do great things that we can be proud of, we say that we're dot proud. And so we are really dot proud to have you here and welcome Mr. DJ. It is a special honor to have you in our presence. We know that you're going across the nation, meeting, greeting, and really championing great things in our community. And it's good to see you wearing that badge and that uniform. Me and Commissioner Stites are both retired Kansas City, Kansas police officers, spent many years. And so it's an honor to see you wear that uniform. And we have so much respect for you and the great things that I know that are going to come to you in the near future. Commissioner Stites took this upon himself to make this happen tonight. And really, we owe a level of great gratitude to Commissioner Stites for seeing value in bringing DJ and his family here for this awesome recognition. And Commissioner Stites, he did it on himself. So if there's any questions of anybody coming out of their pocket to get this young man here, think again. Commissioner Stites took it upon himself to make sure that this family got here, and he's taking care of their needs, and we're proud and honored again to have him here. And thank you, Commissioner Stites. And I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Stites for some words in the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'll have to strike some of the things that I had written down to speak about because you nailed them. No, but I'll tell you, first I'd like to say welcome to Mr. Daniels, DJ, and his family. I know after speaking with you throughout the day that you had some challenges getting here with the weather. They had some storms down south, and I'm glad that you were able to make it through them and get here safely. I'm sure most of you guys are aware of DJ and his journey and his battle with brain cancer. I watched live as DJ was made a special agent and Secret Service agent by President Trump and was handed this badge and this ID. DJ is a special Secret Service agent. As I watched that, and as I was sitting there choking back some of the tears, I get a text. And I'm not going to call him out because he's a good buddy of mine and he's on the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department right now. And he says, "I'm not crying. I just got something in my eye." And I got a chuckle out of that. So after that, I reached out, and after a little investigating, I was able to contact Mr. Daniel and made the arrangements for his invitation to bring DJ and his family to Wyandotte County. I thought it was important for Wyandotte County to hear the story, get to meet the young man, hear a little bit about his journey and what he's going through in an effort of just unity and bringing folks together. It's not Republican, it's not Democrat. This is humanity. This is a young man that has gone through a lot. And I'm proud to bring him here and support him. I reached out to our Kansas City, Kansas Police Chief, Mr. Oakman, and then also to Sheriff Soptic. And they immediately, upon hearing what I was wanting to do, they accepted and said, we're glad to be involved. And I appreciate that from each of them. And I know each, the police department from Kansas City and Wyandotte have something, some tokens to give you. DJ, as a retired Kansas City, Kansas police officer and doing a short stint in the Wyandotte County Jail. Hold on, let me clarify. I was a deputy. I'm going to get that part cleared up right now. Your desire to be in law enforcement certainly hit home. I was a little bit worried about reaching out to folks that were in Houston, because if you all remember the divisional round where the Kansas City Chiefs beat Houston Texans, I think the score was 23-14. At least that's what my research says. I would be willing to bet, and I'm going to make this quick, I'd be willing to bet that everyone in this room has been affected by cancer in one way or another. And I am inspired by the resolve, the strength, and the true grit of DJ. And we all owe you, we all respect you and love you, and glad that you are here. I got to spend a few minutes upstairs before the meeting. I had to leave the budget meeting just a little bit early to go up and while they were having dinner. And Theodis, DJ's father, who's here, and he'll say a few words here in just a minute. We got to have some real meaningful conversation about his journey, himself, his sons, and where he's going personally. And there's larger things that God has in store for both of them. And I look forward to seeing where that ends up. And I'm hoping there's some good news that you're going to be able to share tomorrow night. If you'd like to, at this time, if you want to come up and say a few things, and then we will get the presentation started. Oh, okay.
Hey, Mr.
I might have misspoke.
Yep,
Sorry.
Stand by just a second.
Okay. Good.
We're going to have you come up, but while you're coming up, we're going to have the clerk read the mayoral recognition for you. Clerk?
Mayoral commendation for DJ Daniels. On behalf of the unified government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, it is with great honor that we express our deepest appreciation for your inspiring journey in spreading awareness of childhood cancer throughout the country. On March 4, 2025, during President Donald Trump's speech to Congress, you were bestowed with the esteemed honor of becoming an honorary Secret Service agent. To date, you have also been sworn in by over 900 law enforcement agencies across the nation. It is a privilege to recognize you for achieving your lifelong dream of becoming a police officer. Our community is immensely proud of the support we have shown you in your journey, including your honorary role as a Kansas City, Kansas police officer and as a Wyandotte County Sheriff's Deputy during your visit to our city. Your incredible resilience in the face of battling brain and spine cancer continues to move and inspire all of us. Despite your diagnosis, you have not wavered in your commitment to public service and law enforcement, proving that your spirit is unbreakable. As mayor, I am honored to welcome you to our city. We are grateful for your efforts to inspire and uplift our community with your strength, determination, and unwavering dedication. Thank you, DJ, for being a shining example of courage and perseverance.
Okay, Mr. Theodis, if you'd like to say a few words, this is your opportunity, sir.
Good evening. Good morning to some folks.
Let it go.
Yeah, it took us a little while to get up here, and a lot of cities and agencies wonder why we drive so much. We don't like things easy. You know, God didn't put you here to be comfortable. So He makes your life sometimes having unfortunate circumstances, such as him getting cancer. But guess what? It's a lesson. So we took that negativity and turned it into something positive. So we took his story out in the world because there's somebody out there that needed to hear or needed a hug or ball head rub or something, or a corny joke because he's got 1,000 of us that coming. So just wait. But what we like to do is acknowledge everybody. So everyone in this room, you are amazing. I don't know if you've been told that today, and you are somebody, and we see you. And we don't get paid for this. God's paying us as we're going along. And there's no amount of money that you can give us to sit there and do anything. If we say we're gonna come, it's like a prayer. Don't ask for it because we're gonna come. So currently, DeVarge, I don't know, I'll give you a little overview. He's had 13 brain surgeries. He's had advanced stages of cataracts. He's the experimental child patient that was utilized for a medicine that was approved through FDA. And he's been currently sworn in with 914 agencies, 6 across the nation. Went to Spain, visited with Pope Francis and some other things. So we don't post everything, you know. I don't know if can we speak about this? Okay, so you know, it's in the Bible. I don't know how it goes exactly, but you know, if you're trying to do something and you're looking for recognition, it's not genuine. We don't care about posting on the internet. That's for the other folks to do. My 14-year-old, you know, he knows how to work that a lot better than we do. But you know, we went to this speech with President Trump. We didn't know anything about it. I thought it was a spam call. We showed up and I was like, well, I can't say no to President Trump. Well, I guess we better go. We showed up and I met Lincoln Riley's family, Johnson's mother, and the rest of us. And we all asked each other, what's going on? And we said, well, we don't know. So we went to the speech and then we were being recognized and we noticed that one of the sides of the rooms wouldn't stand up. We didn't know what was going on. But I know what we felt and saw in that room is not what we, the people, represent. That was just a few small apples, but they don't spoil the whole bunch. That's what we're here together, you know? And if I can get everybody up here to stand up for me, please, just one time. Can we get that? Now, can you all give yourself a round of applause? Because you deserve that. Because you did something right now that they couldn't do for a child with terminal cancer at their joint speech. So they're wrong, and they are not the representatives of you all. You all are amazing. And like I said, we're not gonna let them spoil our party. We're gonna keep it real. And we definitely appreciate it. So like I said, what we see here today is not a representation of what happened over there. So like I said, we do appreciate it. We will be back, so I have to go back to Texas tomorrow. And then I have a meeting with Greg Abbott tomorrow, and then we'll see where it's gonna take us. So I might be disrupting I may be disrupting the 18th district race tomorrow just to make them mad. Might as well, they already started something, we might as well finish it. So, you wanna say something? I know you do. Okay, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say this right now. These Democrats was acting like some 2-year-old babies.
I love the board.
But I'm not speaking of everybody though.
So,
I just wish they would just stand up, because if it was up to me, I would have went down and asked President Trump if I can do something. And I would be like, if y'all ain't gonna say nothing nice, y'all can just get the heck out of here. If it was up to me. I'm just gonna be honest with you. If you got cancer, believe in God, stay out of trouble. Don't go outside, because you might not know if you get kidnapped or raped. And listen to your parents.
Okay, so I'm back. So as you can see, he's very, very, how can I say, animated. But he's truthful. I mean, he's a kid, so that's what he does. But like I say, it doesn't have to do with Democrat. It doesn't have to do with Republican. We are people. And God said, love thy neighbor. He did not say, love thy neighbor next door. We live in this world together. So let's put our differences aside to get the business done so we can make this country great. That's easy and simple as apple pie. And that's pretty easy. It don't have that many ingredients. It's just called effort. So we appreciate it. And thank you all. Like I said, you all are amazing. And we appreciate it.
If you guys would be willing to get out. It looks like DJ's got awful comfortable here. He's ready for that in that position, right? If if you can handle our budget, we're good. He's dropping his money out of his pocket. Would you like for me to have him step down there for the presentations? Here, that's yours to give. All right, kind of on the fly as we do this, right? So I guess what we'll do right now is if I'd like to recognize Sheriff Soptic, if you'd like to come up and speak, and then we'll have you come up around the back and present the items that you've got for them and get a photo. Yes, sir. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you for having us. When Commissioner Stites reached out, that was a pretty easy answer. Didn't even really have to give a whole lot of thought to it. DJ, what you are doing, the people that you're impacting, at your age even, you have no idea the impact that you're making on people. And you're right, it doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. It's all about people, and I'm very proud of you in your journey. And I agree with the mayor. If you've done this much so far, you've got a whole lot ahead of you. So I'll thank all the commission, mayor for having us, particularly Commissioner Stites. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I guess we're gonna have you hold up, and then we're gonna take one photo whenever after. Now I want to recognize Chief Okerman, if you'd like to come up. Thank you.
And just on behalf of the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, we would like to thank you, DJ, for coming, you and your family. What you've been through, I can only imagine. And there are those who are watching this that you're giving hope and strength to. We're all just happy to be here, but thanks to you, DJ, the quality of the room has just went up a notch. And thank you. And thank you to the commission and the mayor. And just thank you for allowing me to be a part of it. Thank you.
All right, if you guys, yeah, one on that side, one on this side, and we'll meet in the middle and take photos and wrap this up.
No, no. Yeah.
I'd like to thank everybody that came here today. And thank you to the bald heads and all the womans, but I'm not done yet. I gotta get all my hugs in.
And we'd like, we'd like to thank, Mayor and, Mr. Sykes and all the commissioners here. Of course, everyone here from the community and law enforcement agencies, everybody that's here. Like I said, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you all. So hopefully you take what you see here, which is he had 5 months to live, but he's still here. So, like I said, just use that to get you through whatever you got to get through. And if you need us, just call us. They'll let you call us. We'll come. Trust me, we'll pull up on you. Might have to bring some Texas brisket up here because you're gonna cause a fight with that barbecue sauce.
All right, let's stand and give him one last round of applause as they leave. Thank you. And thank you to DJ Daniel and the Daniels family. And again, thank you, Commissioner Stites. Thank you to our commissioners, as well as everybody that's here today and anybody that's in sight and sound of this meeting. Thank you for allowing us to show this young man a level of just respect in his battle for cancer. And I know it's been said once or twice tonight, but this isn't about politics. This is about people. And this is a young man that has obviously been through a lot, probably more than many of us have ever experienced in our lives, and probably some of us will never experience. And for him to have the courage and the tenacity and the resilience to be bold, to speak, and his parents taking it upon themselves to make their way across, from what I'm hearing tonight, the world, to promote positivity and love of one another. If you don't take anything else away from what you saw tonight, take that, is that no matter where we stand on any issues, and there's a lot of them, this is still one great nation under God. We are still one people. As we try to form that perfect union that our founding fathers talked about, yes, we're going to have differences and challenge, but the one thing that should never be challenged when we talk about our common humanity, that's something God ordained us to do, and that is for us to love one another. And so I just challenge you all to don't make this anything else other than that, is love for one another. So thank you so much. Thank you. That takes us to our next item. And this is the Dot Proud recognitions. And I believe we have several. I'm going to ask my Chief of Staff, Irene Caudillo, and she's going to present on behalf of Commissioner Ramirez. Commissioner Ramirez, we appreciate you for taking the time to recognize organizations and individuals in your district that are more than beyond deserving to receive these recognitions. So thank you. Chief of Staff.
Mayor, Commissioners, and County Administrator, Irene Gaudio, Chief of Staff to Mayor Garner. And it is actually an honor to talk about two recognitions this evening that is being honored by Commissioner Ramirez. And the first is, make sure this works, is the Hub Argentine. Argentine is a neighborhood with a rich blend of cultures, history, and experiences. The Hub Argentine stands as a beacon of hope, love, and inclusion. Its story is a celebration of God's gift of diversity and the unity that comes when people are bound together by care, respect, and intentional community building. At its core, the Hub's mission is rooted in deep relationships, collective action, and the pursuit of justice for all, regardless of age, race, background, or circumstance. It was born out of the closure of the Metropolitan Avenue United Methodist Church in 2020 after 132 years of vital ministry in Argentina. The Hub Argentine emerged as an organization focused on creating spaces for people to come together, affirm their worth, and support one another. Everyone is welcomed and celebrated at the Hub Argentine, where the dignity and potential of every person is recognized. The organization stands firm in its belief that all people, regardless of ability, nationality, or any other difference, are beloved by God. In this space, every identity and experience is honored and embraced. The Hub's community market and clothing closet offers food and clothing free of charge to those in need. Additionally, a community garden led by neighbors flourishes on the southwest corner of the property. The garden not only provides fresh produce, but also fosters a sense of pride and belonging for those that cultivate it. For the children and youth of Argentine, the Hub offers the Adventure Academy, a program focused on safety, joy, and learning. The Hub also launched the Listening Project, an initiative that was designed to gather community input and learn about the hopes, dreams, and needs of residents. With the help of an intern, 213 surveys were collected, deepening the organization's understanding of the neighborhood's priorities. In 2024, the Hub celebrated many milestones, including the completion of a major construction project that added an elevator and replaced third-floor windows. A new project this year is the creation of the neighborhood's kitchen, which is a commercial kitchen for the community where the neighbors can start or grow their business, hosting cooking and nutrition classes and providing community meals with hosted events by and for neighbors. One of the highlights of the Hub's recent history was a second annual Taste of Argentine event where people from around the world came together to share their culinary traditions. 8 cooks from 6 different countries brought diverse flavors of their culture to the table, creating a unique celebration of community and diversity. Now, the story of the Hub is still unfolding, but it has already made a lasting impact on the lives of those who call Argentine home. As the Hub continues its work, one thing is clear: every gift is celebrated, every voice is heard, and every neighbor is cherished. On behalf of Commissioner Ramirez, and to continue the Mayor's Proud recognition initiative, please congratulate the Hub Argentine with this dot proud recognition. Commissioner Ramirez, if you'd like to say some words.
Thank you, Chief of Staff Calvillo. I want to thank, everything that Reverend Ellis and her organization that you all do. I remember when I met with Reverend Ellis to talk about our Hub Argentine, get to know what the organization was and what they provided. And you are a staple within the Argentine community, not just within the community, but all around Argentine. And so I thank you for all the continued work you do. It's amazing. And I am here to help any way that you need to further the mission of the Hub. Thank you.
I'm Carter Ellis, United Methodist pastor and director of the Hub Argentine. And on behalf of Dominique Jones, our board chair, Lexi Rios, one of our staff members, we just want to say thank you. And we accept this really on behalf of all of our neighbors. The over 3,000 of them that have come in and out of our doors at the Hub. They are who we are. And so we receive this on behalf of them. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Ramirez, Mayor. I have to get up again. All right. The second organization is the Snack Shack KC. In 2016, students saw Argentine neighborhood as empty storefronts with a quiet hum of idle streets, but a group of determined young women set out to rewrite their community's story. Snack Shack KC began not just as a youth-run venture, but as a movement born out of imagination, grit, and a shared desire to make a difference. It all started through ImagineX, Youth Front's Youth Social Entrepreneur Program, where a passionate group of teenagers saw two deep-rooted problems plaguing their neighborhood: the isolation and boredom that gnawed at their peers after school, and the constant reminder of decay in a form of vacant storefronts that made them feel so disconnected and embarrassed by their neighborhood. The more they talked, the clearer their vision became. They could change the narrative. Among these visionary young women were four bright, tenacious high school students from J.C. Harmon and Sumner Academy. They weren't just dreaming. They were determined to create a space where teens could feel alive and engaged, a place to hang out after school, free from judgment or isolation. They wanted to show that their community wasn't defined by abandonment, but by bold ideas and hard work of its youth. Snack Shack KC was born from this mission, a small, dynamic business that would provide a place for young people to socialize, enjoy affordable snacks, and most importantly, feel safe and seen. It wasn't just about making a profit. It was about giving the young people in Argentine a sense of purpose and pride while offering mentorship and opportunities for workforce readiness in a neighborhood where their opportunities felt scarce. As these four women graduated high school, their vision didn't fade. It evolved with Youth Front, who also, I should note, is a former Dot Proud honoree. And it continued to support the project under the staff's leadership. But for the last 7 years, Snack Shack KC has thrived as a beacon of hope and belonging. It has become a trusted destination for parents who know their children are safe and in the hands of their peers, offering a space where kids can be themselves, noisy, messy, and full of life. Snack Shack KC has not only elevated pressure on the nearby South Branch Library by providing a lively haven for local teens, but it's also become a cornerstone of community connection. It's where friendships are formed, ideas are shared, and mentorship flourishes. It's a place where young people once marginalized now have a voice, and they're using it to shape the future of their neighborhood. Snack Shack KC serves as a powerful reminder of the incredible potential young people have to transform not just their neighborhood, but their world. One idea, one snack, and one friendship at a time. On behalf of Commissioner Ramirez, we want to continue the recognition. Please congratulate Snack Shack KC with the Dot Proud recognition. Commissioner, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Irene. Thank you for all that you do. As an educator, it fills my heart. It's a good that we have that the kids, the youth in Argentina have a place to go, to be safe. And as Irene said, to be a kid. Nowadays they have so many responsibilities at home and so many things. And, some come from one family, one parent homes. And so some of those youth have to take responsibility to run the household. But you've given them a space to be a kid and just be themselves. So thank you for all the work that you do. And I hope you continue that work and look forward to seeing what you guys do. Thank you.
Yeah, this dream started off with these three girls here, girls, now young women, who they were like middle school, just going into high school when they were starting to dream and imagine what was going on in their community. And they made this nervous presentation in front of this obscure woman named Irene Caudillo, who was the president, who was on the school board at the time. And there was a building that was being unused by the school district that they were just using it for storage. And these three women presented it to Ms. Caudillo and opened the doors and made their dreams come a reality. It's just amazing what these young people can actually do when adults sometimes can get out of the way and let their dreams flourish. And now Joe Gonzalez is heading that up and creating a great place for young people. So I'm just so incredibly proud of what these women did when they were kids and now what they've become. It's just incredible how they've given back to their community, to their family. Thanks so much.
Let's give them another round of applause. And again, sincere thanks to Commissioner Ramirez for recognizing these two awesome community groups and the good work they're doing for Kansas City, Kansas. That takes us to our next item on the agenda. It's a presentation. It's a joint presentation. It's just not from my office, but it's also designed to honor officers and detectives, as well as community stakeholders for their strength and collaboration during shocking events that occurred on March 12th, 2025. We have representatives from the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. They're going to make the presentation, and they're going to walk us through why this is something worthy of tonight's recognition.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner, our manager. I'm very proud today because as I stand here to tell you this story, I represent the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department as the media relations specialist, but I'm also a resident of Strawberry Hill and a member of the Strawberry Hill Neighborhood Association. I'm going to tell you this story that involves one of our sweet little businesses named Hey Sugar. Tonight, I'm also honored to represent them. Curtis J., who is the owner, as well as his staff were not able to make it here this evening, but they asked me to extend their gratitude for you taking this opportunity to shine light on the events of that day and the amazing things that ensued. So, in Kansas City, Kansas, we take great pride in our history of close-knit neighborhoods where community means genuine connection and care. This is what makes us all proud. Just a few weeks ago, and a few blocks from here, on March 12th, a crisis emerged in the Strawberry Hill neighborhood. And the community's response exemplified the spirit of proud. That afternoon, the manager of Hey Sugar, a small ice cream and candy shop that has made a significant impact in our neighborhood, was working her shift alone, as she often does. Meanwhile, just across the street, teens were gathering at Low Riding to Success, a local club dedicated to mentoring at-risk youth by teaching them essential life skills like conflict resolution, critical thinking, and problem solving. Skills that little did they know they were about to be tested in a very profound way. The owners of Hey Sugar like to keep their front doors open on nice days to welcome in patrons and connect with residents passing by. Unfortunately, on this day, a group of about 8 teens and preteens gathered just outside those doors and quickly caused a disturbance. In response, the manager quickly notified the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department and then attempted to address the situation herself. Unfortunately, things quickly escalated, resulting in 2 of the teens assaulting her. The commotion was so loud that it could be heard across 6th Street and down a few doors at Low Riding to Success. Without hesitation, 15 members of the club dropped what they were doing and ran to her aid. Their immediate intervention stopped the attack, prevented further harm, and sent the entire group of teens running away just prior to our officers arriving. Information gathered by officers at the scene was quickly communicated to the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department's Detective Bureau, where a very alert detective connected 2 of the juveniles involved in the incident to a previous incident at Hey Sugar. Using critical information previously gathered and surveillance video from the scene, a positive identification was made. East Patrol then dispatched officers who located one of the suspects and took him into custody. At the same time, word of the incident had quickly spread on Strawberry Hill between neighbors and on Facebook on the Strawberry Hill Neighborhood Association page. A staff member from Grant Elementary saw one of those posts and recognized the other juvenile involved in the assault. Driven by a desire to break the cycle of crime and support the victim, she alerted her principal, who immediately contacted the police department. Their willingness to speak up demonstrated a dedication not only to their students, but also to the community as a whole, and reinforced the importance of collective responsibility and caring for one another. Now, with a positive ID on the second suspect, officers were able to locate and also take him into custody. Many times, crime can leave victims and communities feeling helpless and hopeless. In a world where many challenges seem too big for one person to tackle, this incident proved that when a community comes together, even in the toughest situations, can lead to something positive with uplifting results. The business owner, the bike club members, the educators, the neighbors, and the officers all played a vital role together. This is the essence of Dot Proud and what ultimately has defined this incident: individual responsibility, care, and action, and the collective courage and commitment to one another. So for that reason tonight, we're here to recognize these various groups of individuals. I know, Irene, I think we've got quite a few folks, so I don't know if we want to, do you want to bring them up as groups all together, or?
Because the group is big, yes.
Okay, so the first group that we'd like to bring forward are the members of Low Riding to Success. The next group that we'd like to represent is staff that's here to represent Grant Elementary. If you please come forward. Now I'd like to represent the members of our department of the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, and Chief Carl Oakman. If you could please come forward. For those of you who live in this part of the city, this is members of your East Patrol Division. And lastly, I guess I'm going to be accepting on behalf, along with one of our board members, for Hey Sugar.
Before he steps out, I'd like to recognize our sheriff and our undersheriff, Sheriff Soptic. Give him a round of applause, as well as our undersheriff Lockridge. You know, when the police officers make arrests, they have to go somewhere. And so our sheriff's also involved. So thank you, Sheriff, for the fine work of your deputies in the Wyandotte County Sheriff's Department. Thank you as well. Thank you. I believe, was Ashley Hannon somewhere in here tonight? There she is. Ashley, you want to come up real quick? We can't let you get away. You may be on the agenda, but this is something unique. Ashley had retired from us, and she's taken she's gone on to bigger and better things. But she was the director of strategic communications, and this dot proud nomenclature. You know, people say, "Oh, Mayor, thank you so much for dot proud." You know, really, she laid the foundation for dot proud because that terminology was something she came up with. And she had talked to me about it, and I said, wow, you know, I'm going to put in the work and I'm going to do something to really take what she would talk about all the time of being dot proud and why Wyandotte County is such a great place to live, work, and raise a family. And we're going to go out and we're going to identify all these great people in Wyandotte County, all these awesome businesses and all the great work that's being done. And we're going to work with our commissioners to identify some of the fine folks that you all saw here tonight. And we're going to recognize them and let the world know why Wyandotte County is the place for dot proud. So Ashley, thank you for helping us with that. All right, well, that just shows that, you know, sometimes it really takes a village, and we've got not just great police officers, but we've got caring neighbors and people in our community that really work together. And sometimes the police department is only as good as the information and support they get from the community. And what you saw tonight was not a unique partnership, but a partnership that really brought about good results when you talk about Hey Sugar. And I know someone may have asked, what is Hey Sugar? Hey Sugar is an ice cream shop. And if you haven't been there, please go there, visit. I've been there. Some of the best ice cream you'll find anywhere in Kansas City, Kansas. And I say that not just to highlight that one business, But let's support all our small businesses here in Kansas City, Kansas, because the more we frequent these businesses and the more other people see us in these businesses, I can tell you from my experience in law enforcement, the more people that are in these businesses, the more less likely that individuals will take opportunities to commit the type of crimes that we saw in Hey Sugar. So let's support our businesses, let's be visible, and let's show up and show out and continue to do things that really let our businesses know that we're that proud to have them in our neighborhoods. So that takes us to several proclamations, and I will have the clerk read those abbreviated versions. We're going to have our clerk read in a condensed form a couple of our proclamations, and then we'll follow it up. We have one more presentation with the proclamation as well. Clerk?
Proclamation. Whereas Architecture Week is an annual public celebration recognized from April 13 to April 19, 2025, and hosted by AIA Kansas City. And whereas Architecture Week brings greater public awareness and appreciation of architecture and showcases the impact and value of design. And whereas Architecture Week is an opportunity to celebrate the rich architectural history of the Kansas City metropolitan area and an opportunity to advocate for great design going forward. And whereas Architecture Week features educational programming for students of all ages to learn more about the built environment and highlight the power of design to make our communities better places to live, work, and play. And whereas the American Institute of Architects Kansas City Chapter, AIA Kansas City, was founded in 1890 and represents over 1,200 in the metro area. And whereas AIA Kansas City members advocate for good community design, are responsible stewards of the built environment, and advance the community's quality of life. And whereas the built environment influences our well-being, shapes our interactions, enhances our experiences, and reflects our cultural diversity. And whereas thoughtful architecture creates more valuable, healthy, secure, and resilient communities. And whereas architects have helped create the unique visual character of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas through innovative and responsive design of public and private spaces. And whereas Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas recognize architects as a force for positive change and appreciate their contributions to our community. And whereas Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas benefit from Architecture Week and an enhanced reputation as a hub for design excellence, urban renewal, economic development, and creative entrepreneurship. Now, therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the week of April 13 through 19, 2025 as AIA Kansas City Architecture Week in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you. AIA Architecture Week, I think is addressed in the proclamation, is a celebration of architecture around the KCMO area. We're excited to work on outreach with K through 12 schools and participate in two KCK schools during Architecture Week. Thank you.
Thank you all. Clerk, were there any more proclamations? Be ready.
Mayor, we have two more proclamations.
Thank you.
Proclamation, now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the week of April 11 through 17, 2025 as Black Maternal Health Week in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Proclamation, now therefore I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim April 2025 as Giving the Basics Month in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and encourage all citizens to observe and recognize the vital services that Giving the Basics provides.
Thank you, Clerk. And again, congratulations to all those that were recognized tonight. That takes us to, I believe it's the last item on the mayor's agenda, which is our open night, community input. And it's specifically designed for anyone that's willing to do so, to take just a few minutes to talk about either concerns or complaints you may have. But if you do so, please bring forward a recommendation for consideration by this body, and also to offer up compliments. And if you have a compliment, those are always welcome, of course. Please be concise. We ask that you please not make any derogatory comments, personal attacks, and just please realize that disorderly conduct, again, will not be tolerated. So what that basically means is just keep your comments within the time limit offered and keep them professional. So Clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. We have 5 individuals who have signed up to speak tonight in chambers. The first individual is Sylvia King with John King on deck. If you'll approach the podium.
Excuse me, you signed up to speak. I did not know that. I was just signing in that I was like.
Okay. That's okay. That's okay. And how about, well, we'll get there. And how about John King?
It's my husband.
Same thing? Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. The next person we have is Rita Anderson with Christina Nelson on deck. You'll have 3 minutes if you'll state your name and residence.
I'm coming to speak on behalf of,
Can you state your name and residence, please?
Rita Anderson. My address,
Just your city and residence.
Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm coming on behalf of the constituents of Dr. Hill. I'm gonna keep this as professional as possible because you did say open mic. On behalf of the constituents, I have 2 questions. What do you do and what have you done for us since you've had this particular position?
When you pose questions, the commissioners, it's not a dialogue. So what's going to happen is they'll take those questions.
Okay,
And if you leave contact information with my chief of staff or one of the UG staff members, either myself or if you have a particular question for the commissioner or staff member, we will circle back and answer those questions and maybe set up a meeting with you. Okay.
Our next speaker is Christina Nelson with Darnell Bush on deck. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and residence.
Christina Nelson, 10th and Central, KCK. I want to start by saying thank you for letting me speak. I have sent an email to every last one of you on September 10th.
Could you pull the mic closer to you?
I sent an email on September 10th to the board commissioners. The city administrator spoke to the county administrator's office. To date, the only person who's returned my phone call is the mayor's office. I would love to work with you all to come up with solutions. I live at 10th and Central. I deal with the problems daily. My neighbors would just as soon not call y'all. They're terrified to call y'all because nobody responds ever. So I would love to be able to work out some solutions to some of the problems that are happening, but I can't get a response from anyone. So I don't know how to fix it other than come here and in front of everybody because we can't get a response.
Thank you. What you said, 18th and Central? 10th and Central. Okay.
Christina Nelson. Sorry, I don't like speaking in front of groups.
One of the staff members will get you and get your information, and someone will get back with you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Darnell Bush. Please come to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. State your name and residence.
Hello, my name is, excuse me, thank you. My name is Darnell Bush, and I signed in. I didn't know what I was going to talk about. So the young lady right there, she asked me to sign in, and I did. So I just want to say, Mayor Gardner, I hate to see that you're leaving, but I'm happy that you have served us for the time that you were here. Thank you.
Mayor, those are all the individuals we've had sign up this evening.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for all those that spoke. And for those that needed information, hopefully you've got it to the right people. And either someone from my office or the administrator's office will get back with you, and hopefully we can respond to you in a way that's to your satisfaction. All right. That takes us to, clerk, I believe, the consent agenda.
That is correct.
All right. Do any members of the commission or county administrator wish to set aside any item on the regular consent agenda? And if item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by one vote.
Davis move to approve.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for approval. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane. Motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to our standing committee agenda. Clerk, can you read that?
First item on our standing committee agenda is a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding with Defenbaugh Industries. The Unified Government Solid Waste Division and Waste Management have collaborated to modernize trash and recycling services. On March 24th, 2025, the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee, chaired by Commissioner Burrows, voted 5-1 to approve and forward to this commission.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask Commissioner Burrows to make some remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. Wrong button. This issue's been around for a while, colleagues. We've heard numerous discussions in reference to the contract, and I believe that staff can briefly go over it this evening as to what has come out of the work of the Waste Management Committee. And I do want to recognize Nancy Zelke for chairing that committee and walking us through this process. And I believe that tonight you'll see the culmination of her work and gain your support to do what we need to do in reference to dealing with our waste management issues.
Troy, podium.
Oh, you want to go to that one?
Mhm.
Yeah. And Diana, if we could do it briefly, I know you've got quite a bit here.
Briefly, okay.
Abbreviated.
Diana Miles, a solid waste manager. So the cards program, some of the challenges that we have in our community is the miscollection, the blight, the low recycling rate. The rate is 4%. The state average is about 33%. Litter and debris, this photo explains a lot of that and what we see in the community. The carts program is a cart-based system. You would get one 96-gallon trash container and one 96-gallon recycling container. Every week you are allowed those 2 containers and then 10 bags of yard waste paper bags. And then you have a limit of 3 bulky items. The 3 bulky items, for that part, we would ask all residents just to call in advance. And that would help us collect data and look at what that looks like later on down the road. Community comments, positive feedback. It does compare us to a different county, but within Wyandotte County, we have Edwardsville. That is a cart-based system. They've been operating that for a few years. So what does this solve? This is a savings. This is no cost to the UG, no cost to the residents. Free containers for every home, 96-gallon container, one for trash and one for recycling. And then it also solves to decrease the litter in our community. This would avoid, animals getting into trash. You have it all in one bin. And then fewer hot and cold weather delays, so you wouldn't have as many cancellations like earlier this year due to the low temps. This is the first phase. It is in the western side of the city. It is west of 83rd and 86th, north of State Avenue. And that would be the first phase. And the second phase would be east of 18th, south of Metropolitan to County Line Road. Any questions?
Kane, move for approval.
I have a question.
Kane will back that motion up.
Right. I know in the talks we had, and thank you all for your work. I mean, awesome work. And I know that there's a lot of reluctance from a lot of residents that I've talked to, and I brought some of those concerns forward, and you all gave me good information that really I could go back and was able to relieve some of the concerns that I know some of the residents have. One of the concerns was, some people have very little trash, as we know, and may not even use one container. But we know we have some residents that use a lot. And a lot of our residents have been used to just putting as much trash out as they want. And again, number one, first question is, this is a pilot, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and a pilot means that it's kind of we're gonna see how this works out. And there's gonna be another opportunity for our commissioners to really weigh in and see if this is something they want to do permanently moving forward with our contractor who is currently Waste Management. And that contract, I believe, extends legal into 2032. Yes. And so the second question is with the amount of trash, I believe that Waste Management was open to, you've got a recycle container, you have one refuse container, but they agreed to also allow for a second container. If a resident made a phone call and said something they need, is that something that's still available?
That is correct. Yes. If a resident is able to demonstrate that they are recycling and the recycling container is full, and their trash container is full, then we can work with them to offer a second trash bin. Most of the times, what Waste Management has also shared and what we've seen is that people want more recycling containers, so that would be an option too. We would
Awesome.
want everyone to recycle.
And then there was a question of bulk items. And I know that we didn't get it resolved in the meeting that I had with you all on Waste Management. I know that it went to standing committee. I know Commissioner Burrows and Commissioner Bynum, as well as our administrator, I believe, were in the meeting as well. And one of the debates was going around in Waste Management. I don't really know. I believe that information was taken away about bulk items. And I was just curious, for a lot of our residents that may have concern about not just dumpster days, because I know that's something that Troy, you and your team does on the side as far as coming from Public Works, but just when you talk about trash pickup and bulk items, what could residents in these areas expect as far as bulk items?
Well, they would have to call in advance, and this would actually help Waste Management provide that service more efficient. They would have the correct equipment and the right personnel out there to retrieve these items, and it'd be a more organized way.
Okay. And then just to reiterate, I know the unified government and you all have done a real good job of trying to push the information out as far as if there's complaints, because I know my office gets a lot of complaints on the lack of trash pickups in their neighborhoods on certain days. And I believe that Waste Management said that it would be more efficient for them to take on that, cut out the middleman, which was our staff, and just allow residents to be able to call them directly so they can manage it more effectively. Can you share that information and the number, if you know, that they could call?
Yes, so now residents are able to either download the app, go onto their website, or call Waste Management directly. The UG has stepped aside from being the middleman, so it goes directly to them to get a resolution, and they would call 1-800-796-9696.
Thank you. Thank you. We have another question. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. Very, very briefly, great job. I know it took from our legal department. I see Danny over there and Deanna, your department with solid waste. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know you all have done a lot to get us here. One of the things I wanted to ask is about community education. This is a change. It is a shift for our city. There's going to be some hiccups. There's going to be some things where folks are just going to have to really learn and acquiesce to what is different. What do we have planned? How can we help you make this successful?
Well, I think just working together to really educate the residents and the community. If there are issues, we would like to know that. If you are getting complaints from your office, we don't know that if you don't share that information. But also, the response could be positive, and that would really help us because we do speak to residents that are upset at times, but just being a little more positive would help everyone. But we do plan to be out there in the community, working with livable neighborhoods to present to their group and to talk to the community. Waste Management has also offered to have someone, a staff member of theirs, and help us educate residents on recycling. And we will have open houses. So we have a communications plan. We have all of that lined up.
Very, very excited. Again, great job. Cannot wait to assist you all and so that this can be a success. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I believe that there was a motion and a second. Who gave the motion?
King.
Second?
I was the
Davis.
second.
Davis gave the second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Burns.
No.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
King. Motion carries.
All right, that takes us to our next item. Clerk, can you read that?
Item 8.2 is a resolution for Health Forward Foundation grant application. A resolution authorizing application and acceptance of a one-year grant from the Health Forward Foundation. This item was scheduled to appear before the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee chaired by Commissioner Davis on March 31st, 2025. It was requested and approved unanimously by the committee to fast-track this item to the April 3, 2025 Board of Commissioners meeting.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Davis, you have some remarks?
Thank you so much, Mayor. Colleagues, this would not be long. Free money, other people's money, that's not a bad thing. This grant will help our health department, particularly in regards to the CHIP, as well as our code rewrite, as well as some other housing deals. The reason why this is being fast-tracked is because the deadline is April 9th. I'm looking at Mr. McCain, April 9th for us to apply. And so we want to move expeditiously and make sure we do not miss out on that opportunity. With that, I will move to approve.
There's a motion second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to the administrator's agenda. It's a solid waste and street division operations update. I'll turn it over. Someone have a question? Okay. I'm sorry. Before I proceed, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. To Ms. Nelson, I believe when you spoke, I just did a quick email search for your name. That's all I had. And I don't see anything in my email inbox. So I'm wondering, did you give Ms. Cobbins your email address? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I believe we have a presentation from Public Works that's going to be brief. And,
Yes, sir.
Yes, all right.
I was gonna start off by saying we'll keep this brief because I know you guys have had a long night, but that was the direction I'm given, so. Troy Shaw, Public Works Director. I'm here with Diana Miles, our Solid Waste Manager, and Dwayne Smith, our Street Division Manager, and also okay. And then Russ Owens is our Fleet Manager is here as well. We're gonna give a quick update on some of the snow operations that we had this year that we finished up. Well, obviously, we're seeing right now we're on the pothole season, as well as Mr. Mayor, you mentioned this. Diana's gonna give a quick update on the 311 calls and that transition and how it's going with waste management. So hopefully we'll be back in the future to do more of these updates to commission so you can see the work we're doing and we can keep you abreast of what actually is going on. So I'll turn it over to start with Diana.
Diana Miles, Solid Waste Manager. So in February, we transitioned all the customer service calls to waste management. This was to increase efficiencies and also hold them accountable to the contract. The background of it is that a few years ago, or several years ago, the UG decided to take all of the calls. We didn't have really a system in place. We were just we just became the middleman. So it was a very inefficient reporting process. So the old process, this is an example of how it would get a little confusing. So all of these areas would be involved if someone were to have a complaint and reach out to their elected body, commission office or the mayor's office. Then they send it to the county administrator. The county administrator would then send it to the department, which is the director to the manager to the team. And then the team would work with waste management to get that to the driver for a resolution. So it was a very lengthy process. So now residents are able to use the app, the My WM app, go onto the website or call the 1-800 number.
Dwayne Smith, Street Department Manager. Thanks for having us. As you know, in our community, we patch a lot of potholes. It's not necessarily a good thing. It just really tells the story how bad our infrastructure truly is and it's in the poor conditions. Our crews patched over 40,000 potholes in 2024, which is an increase of 11.5%. We use a variety of different pothole patching methods. We have 2 spray patchers, two hot box trucks, and of course we do the old ways as well as patching out the back of dump trucks. When conditions allow, we will patch. For anyone that has a pothole that they need to report, please report it to 311 or the Wyco KC app. This is a perfect illustration of how potholes are formed. You have three layers. You got your soil, your subbase, and your pavement. So when water penetrates the foundation, it freezes. Being that we live in the Midwest, we experience those freezing temperatures. The water freezes, it expands and displaces the pavement and foundation, and then it creates the cavity, which in the subbase, and then of course the weight of the vehicle with the cavity in the subbase, it doesn't have anything to support it, so that's how potholes are formed. Once again, we patch over 40,000 potholes, which really we spend a significant time doing. About 10 months out of the year, we dedicate to pothole patching. That's about 127 working days, which takes us away from the other key elements that we are responsible for in the community, such as right-of-way mowing, some illegal dumping pickups, guardrail repair, concrete repair, traffic sign repair, pavement striping, and also street sweeping.
So some of what you see, and Dwayne mentioned the PCI score, that's Pavement Condition Index, and that's a national scale that's used across the country to rank roads 0 to 100. A few years ago, Commission made the recommendation that our average PCI across a whole network should be a 65. As you can see, and Dwayne noted earlier, it was currently a 48. A few years ago, it was a 56, so we are going in the wrong direction. The problem with that, the lower our PCI score, obviously the more potholes we're gonna have. PCI looks at the pavement condition, the surface of it, the cracking. So as Dwayne noted previously, more cracks you have, the more water gets in the road, and then freeze thaw causes everything to blow up from beneath, which is why right after the winter, you see a lot of potholes every year, which is what we're dealing with right now. So I do wanna give Dwayne's team a lot of credit. Patching 42,000 almost potholes a year is a lot of potholes. That's great work by his team. Unfortunately, that from a pavement standpoint, that pales in comparison to some of our neighbors. For example, Overland Park is a good one to compare from a network size. Their road's about the same miles as we have. Does anybody have a guess as to how many potholes Overland Park patched last year? We did 42,000. Where's my cut-through remote? 1,050. We patched 40 times more potholes than Overland Park did. So when you start driving around Overland Park and you see, hey, why don't our roads look like this? Part of it is back to the potholes. We patch a lot of potholes because the roads are in poor condition. If your roads are in better condition, you don't have as many potholes to patch. And as Dwayne noted, if they only have to patch 1,000 potholes, imagine what they could do the rest of the year. All the other work that crew could do if they didn't have to patch 40,000 potholes. So it's one of those things that's very interesting, and I think it's where we want to go. And I know the citizen survey is shown every year that we want to get our roads better. And I know all the commission has expressed the same interest, and we want to keep working with you to do that. So turn it back over to Dwayne to wrap up and recap on the snow removal this year.
Thank you, Troy. Dwayne Smith, Street Department Manager. So as you can see here, we're jumping into our ice and snow removal. So I would really like to express that the goal in the snow removal and ice removal is to restore the traction back to the streets, not to clean the streets. Our crews, we prepare year round for snow removal. We host internally snow rodeo, equipment rodeo, and what that does is we put our crews through a obstacle course, something that they will see out there, and we kind of mimic our course, or mimic circumstances or situations that crews are running into out in the field doing snow removal. We also partner with a lot of different municipalities. We actually keep this is pretty competitive, and so we keep a score. And what we want to do this year, as we did last year, is take the top 6 candidates to the APWA regional rodeo, so we can represent the unified government, so our guys can see what other talent is out there and put our skills to the test. As far as routes, we run our routes the same way every time. Hot routes, secondary routes, neighborhood routes. Your hot routes are going to be those Leavenworth Road, State Avenue, Parallel Parkway. Those are typically the roads that are housed your fire stations, police stations, hospitals, and schools. Then you have your secondary routes, your collector routes. Those are the ones that are going to feed from your resident routes into that hot route. So secondary routes are going to be those collector routes. Neighborhood routes are going to be your residential streets, of course, the house, the cul-de-sacs. It's important to note too that no storm is the same. All storms come in different ways, different phases. We prepare for each storm uniquely. No storm is the same. It's important. The goal, again, is to restore the traction to the streets, not to clean them. Some of the challenges that we face, street conditions continue to decline, making snow removal and ice removal a little bit more difficult. Plows and salt easily to damage the street. And then, of course, with the recent heavy snows and low temperatures, increases the likelihood of potholes reforming. This is a perfect illustration here of, it really just tells the story of that, as Troy mentioned before, the PCI score levels. With those lower levels, it creates more challenges for our crews for us to remove the snow. This is a picture of a residential area after the snow is melted. As you can see, the road is taken with it, as the plow took the road with it. And that's just one of the challenges. You know, we're trying to clean the streets, or clear the streets from the snow and ice without removing the actual street. So those are a lot of our challenges. So, you know, once again, we thank you for the opportunity to come up here. And without further, do we have any questions?
Thank you. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. First of all, Public Works team, thank you so much for everything you do every day. I want to ask about the pavement condition index, because the number that's dropping that you shared with us, is that an average of the entire street system?
Correct. The one number I'm giving you is the average of the whole network.
And the reason I ask is because I know not in this budget year that we're in, where we did not increase your budget. In fact, I think we cut it. The 2 prior years, we did increase your budget, and you did a ton of paving in those 2 years, like lots and lots of brand new paving on the roads. And so it made me wonder, are those brand newly paved roads not helping to increase it, or we just have so many that are poor that it's?
Yeah, so yeah, it's helping increase the overall network score. However, with the funding we have right now, they're not even right now with even with the increase, the way we recommended the increase was, I think you're doing 25% a year.
Right.
So it would take, I think it took 4 or 5 years to get to the level where you actually needed to maintain steady. So we hadn't hit that level
Okay.
yet. So yes, it's obviously anything more is a help, but our system is in the condition it's in, it's dropping faster than we're fixing.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just echo the words of Commissioner Bynum. Thank you to the Public Works for all that you do. You guys do essential work for our community. A thing that I think would be helpful for all of us is that we have some new commissioners. I don't know if we have done it yet, but we did have those infrastructure committees and we did come up with the strategies and outcome document. I don't know if we can have at a next commission meeting, our Public Works, you present what that was, what the strategies and outcome document is. It is a good document, and I know we had a meeting recently to see how we need to reconfigure that to work within our budget constraints and now our new debt strategy that we may be taking on. But I think that would be a good idea so that just the new commissioners have an idea of what past work has been done to try to get us to that PCI of 65. It's going to take time, and then we're going to have to put in the work. And I know you guys are doing the work and doing the best to allocate the scarce resources that you have. So thank you.
Yeah, and I'll say we would love to meet with everybody and discuss that. We'll try to fit it in on budget season. So things are tight, but even on top of that, after budget season and maybe later this year, we'd love to even reconvene those meetings with commissioners and start that discussion, especially after we go through the budget and know where we're at moving forward. We'd love to have that discussion and see how that fits. I think I know Public Works would be happy to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor, Mr. Smith, Mr. Shaw. Thank you so much. I know you've gotten a lot of emails from me, particularly around the snow removal height. And I do think it's important to note that, Mr. Smith, you're fairly new to your position. How many, I should say years, how many months has it been now since you've been over the streets?
I've been in this position about a year now.
Oh, about a year now. Okay, so it is close to about a year. So this particular winter is not like any other winter. So you think about kind of fairly still new on the job, new crew, and then you get what we just had. It is quite something. And so I want to commend you. I know that there's a lot of training and there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, but I want to commend you and your folks for the work that you all have done. I'm sure you all do not know the number, but I would be curious to know, because I do think we do have to have a discussion about revenue and about how we are going to deliver on these giant repair and maintenance issues. I'd be curious to know what it would cost to get to that 65 PCI. And I don't know if you have a number there, and I don't know if that number is, I know there was a number a few years ago. I don't know if that number is inflation. Okay, so what would be that number?
We haven't gone into a lot of detail on it just because it's not happening right now, but based on what we've looked at, it's going to be around $36 million a year over the next 15-ish years to get there, to get to that point. That's just for pavement maintenance, not counting curbs or deep repairs. That's just surface, mill and overlay, surface treatments, things like that.
Gotcha. And our current budget is?
This year we had about $4 million.
About $4 million. So we're talking about a bump of another $32 million on an annual basis just to get to where we want to get to. So that is a lot to process, and I think a lot for us to really think about. Obviously, with the taxpayers and ratepayers, there's kind of a threshold of how much folks are willing to pay, but there are questions of, if it's not going to be property taxes, then what, right? Because if we don't have adequate roads, that impacts everybody.
Yeah.
It don't matter how, we can have the fanciest vehicles, we can have the best equipment, it don't matter. You got to get from point A to point B. And so I do agree with Commissioner Ramirez on restarting those conversations, because again, it doesn't have to be property taxes to fund these operations. Thank both of you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez.
You guys did you did a good job this year. I know we got a lot of snow that, I mean, we weren't used to this kind of snow. I mean, it's like we were living up in Alaska or something. But, kind of put you on the spot a little bit, but in a way, but, I know your boys work long hours. And, where do you think we would be at if, I don't know, the residency was lifted and we had guys from wherever and that worked here, you know, would that help? You know, it's like you got boys, you know, working 10 hours and then they go home, you got a fresh crew coming in. I'm just asking, I mean, like, what do you think your thoughts would be on that?
I think, Dwayne, how many vacant positions do you have right now?
17.
So Dwayne has about 17 vacant positions. So I think where you would see that potentially, and I'm no expert in the residency requirement, but the opportunity of expanding the candidate pool outside of the borders obviously opens the door for more people to be able to apply for our jobs. So.
Mhm. I think it goes into like the sheriff and the police and the fire. Well, maybe not fire so much, but the police and I was just, I wanted to get your take on, you know.
Yeah, we have a little bit of experience. I'm actually on a recruitment team for Public Works, and my experience is, you know, we go to a lot of different community colleges, schools within the inner city. But when we were expanding outside of the community, you know, we had a lot of interest, but some were turned off, you know, at the fact that they would have to uproot and move to the county, you know, as a restriction. But I mean, we do have a lot of interest out there, but I mean, that's all I can speak to.
No, I appreciate that. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Stikes.
Stites District 7. Hey, so out there on the road that goes around by Urban Outfitters, and I'm not complaining about the road, I'm just curious. So why does it appear that when roads are poured or paved or laid down, that it always seems that it's where the potholes originate is where that seam is at, where it starts? And because right now, I mean, I'm not so sure that I didn't see a couple small farm animals get trapped down in a couple of them holes, but it's just all through there. What starts that and why does it do that?
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons, but that road specifically, that was originally a concrete road when it was built. The time period it was built, you can look, this isn't just here, this is all around the metro area. The rock that was being used for that, the limestone that was being used, hit a layer of limestone that we hadn't hit before, and we as Metro, the industry hadn't hit before. So it is a bad limestone layer. It sucks up moisture and expands a lot. So where you have the joints, basically, that's where water's getting down in and soaking into that limestone and then freezing, start popping it. So that's why you see it at the joints, especially on that era. If you look at newer roads we built, we use granite rock now instead of limestone. Granite's not as porous, it won't soak water in as much, and we have a lot better outcomes, and that's across the metro area is being used now.
So it's made for water to go down through it. There's nothing like a seam sealer, I guess, or joint sealer to keep water out before that happens, or?
Yeah, that's used some now. We can use that. There's also a mastic that you put down between two pieces of concrete sometimes, but it does allow water eventually to get to the bottom. And what you see with concrete is where you see those joints, and most people know this, but concrete cracks, no matter what you do, it's gonna crack. So basically you saw those joints to control the crack. So if you saw that joint, what you see on the top is a clean looking smooth joint. Underneath that, it is cracked between that all the way through to the bottom. So water can get through when it cracks. We just put the joints in there to control where those joints go.
Yeah, I just noticed it, and I've never really known the reason. So would it be safe to say that when we pulled Sci-Fi, which Sci-Fi is a program that went for road infrastructure, that was probably not a good thing?
More money we have to fix roads, the better.
I was just thinking, so Sci-Fi is a good thing and it benefits all cities in our county.
If the money goes to roads, to me, it's a good thing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kane.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to apologize to the staff. When some of our commissioners get excited on the phone, they call you guys. I know it's disturbing sometimes. But not that it would ever be me. And I don't know if you have the answer tonight, but I had, at Walmart on the west side, there's a sidewalk there that's not ADA. And could somebody tell me how much that cost? Because I'd like to go out there and tell the Walmart manager, because somehow there wasn't an ADA setup on that, unless we can do it, Troy.
I mean, I can't legally do it because it's outside public right of way. So it's on private property, but I think it's that one ramp you're talking about that we've looked at.
Yep.
Installing an ADA ramp is probably a few $1,000s.
We couldn't do it if they give us permission?
I mean, I could, but legally, no. Probably can't spend taxpayer dollars on private property would be my biggest
What
concern.
happens if they pay for it?
They can hire someone to do it.
That's not the answer I want, Troy. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you for the presentation. I know they do a real good job. I encourage any commissioners that desire to do so. I know for the last few years, I've gone out and rode a few times with the crews during some snowstorms, during snow removal, and I can tell you, these guys do an awesome job. They're working round the clock, 24/7 on several shifts. It's strategic, it's systematic. They know their routes, and they do the best job they can do with the equipment and the resources that they have. And so I've seen nothing but professionalism out of these guys, and just me paying attention to it. I was beyond impressed. And I know sometimes we get frustrated on how quick, but you got to remember, they have a very small team of limited people, and we've got a few, I believe, 100 miles of roadway.
We have around 2,400 lane miles.
2,400 lane miles. How many employees that you use for snow removal are you pushing?
About 60 total.
60 total. So
Split into 2 shifts.
split into 2 shifts.
Yeah, two 12-hour shifts, so work 24 hours.
So you're talking about, half and half. You split that, he tells you how many folks, about 30 folks out at one given time hitting these streets and for all those miles. And that's just a lot. So they're doing the best they can with what they have. And I say that to just go in. I know that Commissioner Davis hit on something about the cost, which I know this commission, we just had our debt briefing, and money is always a challenge, especially when you have a constituency that's really paying attention to their property taxes and things like that. I get it. I think we all get it. But one thing I'd like to leave this commission with, just to think about moving forward, is just we've really got to work on expanding our tax base through equitable economic development throughout all of Wyandotte County. I believe that's what is going to help substantially bring in the types of revenues that we need, commercial, industrial, as well as residential, for all income levels, affordable, as well as housing that is affordable. And I think one thing that we don't talk about a lot is we need to bring in those high wage earners and bring in type of goods, services, amenities that are going to attract them here and want them to live here. I'd love to see a light 1, 2, and 3 somewhere in Wyandotte County, so we can get chief players here that want to live and see Wyandotte County as a place they want to live. I think we can have and we can attract people at all income levels in our county, and we don't have to just focus on one aspect of needs. I think we need to take a holistic approach, be strategic, be intentional, and make sure that we're tracking the right developments that are going to make Wyandotte County truly that place that people want to live, work, and raise their families and also play. And that coincides with another question that came to my mind when Commissioner Lopez raised his question about the residency. The question that I don't hear a lot of people talking about is why don't want people live in Wyandotte County? We don't talk about that. I know when I go talk to people outside of Wyandotte County, because, and I'm going to admit it, when I retired from the police department, I was one of those people that quick, hurry up and right away, moved out of Wyandotte County and bought a house in Overland Park. That was me. I didn't want to pay the taxes. I didn't see a lot of good services and amenities and recreational activities. And then you look and you hear the issues with road, streets, and the challenges that we have. And so we've got to really have a conversation, not just about opening up the residency rule, but how do we keep people here and make Wyandotte County truly an attractive place? I see that the potential is there. We should not have to be competing with our neighbors to the north, south, and everywhere else where you see construction and building like gangbusters. I've never seen anything like it. When you go, even Bayshore, and you go up north and you go south and you go east of here, everywhere in the Kansas City metropolitan area, there are building like crazy. And I think that we need to take a hard look at that. And some of the things I've been working with Commissioner Stites and Burrows on in these conversations, as well as our administration, our staff, is we've got to look, this commission is going to have to look at streamlining the processes to make doing business here less problematic. When you talk to developers, they talk about how hard it is to get from point A to point B to do business, to come up with a real development and get it built and in the ground and up so they can start contributing those good services, resources, and paying those tax dollars that we desperately need. And so we need to really connect and partner with our community and be community driven, find out what it is our residents want, what they need, and not just our residents here, but we need to survey and maybe think about talking to folks outside of Wyandotte County and say, why don't you want to be a Kansas City, Kansas resident? And what do we need to get you here? And what do you want your neighborhoods and your resources, your goods, your services, amenities to look like? And then we have to be intentional about creating an atmosphere where people see this as their first choice, not their last, to want to live, work, play, and raise their families. And I believe if we continue to like we've been doing, and I applaud the commission earlier, looking at our budget, looking at our taxes, looking at how we can streamline and innovate, but we've also got to look at expanding economic development opportunities to really bring in those tax dollars that we need. Because until we do that, we're going to continue to struggle with trying to find tax dollars. And I can tell you what's not going to work. Taxing year after year and raising property taxes, spending, borrowing, and depleting our reserve fund is a recipe for disaster. It's proven it doesn't work. We cannot continue that model. We have got to expand our tax base. We've got to focus on getting people in here at all income levels, including those high wage earners, and making sure they have the type of housing amenities that are going to keep them in Wyandotte County and bring the businesses and the resources, the goods and the services that they can enjoy and that their families can really brag about. I applaud our school district for updating their schools. They've done that. I know that that's a huge debate going on. We've done a good job, and I applaud our Parks Department and our administrator and this commission for really focusing on some of those amenities like our parks. Our park staff has run a good job, but I think we need to go beyond that and look more. And I think that would be the key to solving our problems. Policies to make it easier to do business, amenities, housing for all income levels, expanding our tax base, and making sure that we make this an inviting place that people want to not just stay, because there is a concern about we open up the residency, there could be a mass exodus of employees. I don't know if that's true, but some people think that. Don't want that, but I also want to look at, it bothers me when I hear people say, when we go out and recruit, and I dealt with it on the police department, I don't want to live in KCK. This is a great place to live and work and raise your family. We need to make it better. And so I'm going to get off my soapbox and I'm going to go to Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, Shaw, I was just wanting to know about, Commissioner Stites brought up that great point about, or I'm sorry, Commissioner Kane brought up the point about the ADA at the sidewalk at Walmart. If it's private property, they're responsible for it. Isn't that a code violation? Isn't that they're supposed to be up, right? They're supposed to, they're supposed to be ADA friendly, right?
You're outside of my wheelhouse there. I don't know about
I mean,
private. I don't know laws on requirements on private businesses. That's not my area. So sorry, I can't really comment on that one.
Okay. Because okay, yeah. All right, thank you. Also, what the mayor was saying was, he said a lot there, but I do know, and I've said this before, but I do know 3 or 4 people that lived in the Turner area in the 6th district that sold their house and moved to Lenexa, and they hate it and they want to come back. And I'm like, well, come back. just come back. But that was, and they're actually not even originally from here. So I'm just like, sell your house, come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burns.
You know, if we want to get into the residency requirement thing, let's be real about it. The reason some of the professionals don't want to come to Wyandotte County is because a lot of the schools aren't quality. Let's just be real about it. You know, some of them are fine, very good. But most of them do not want to come because of for the most of our schools and what they represent. And when you get into the residency requirement, you know, if you're good enough to work here, you're good enough to live here. And that's my opinion. And maybe I'm an old timer and all that, but that's just the way I feel, and I will never change my vote. And I've told the police that, and I've told the fire that, I've told them all. You know, don't come talk to me about it. All Wyandotte County, you know. There's reasons they don't want to come here. Taxes, yes, yeah, I'm not saying that's not it. But when it gets down to it, and if you look at it in other communities that are expanding, what are they doing? They're building schools. I think that should answer the question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner King.
I've been biting my tongue for quite a little while. So I'm not gonna bite it no more. If you work here, you should live here. There is a lot of money made by these employees. And whether it be the schools or whatever reasons, you know, our crime is way down. You know, we're building houses. We got development coming here in Wyandotte County, and Wyandotte County is growing like a weed. But it didn't work in KC when they said they want to go ahead and hire outside for the police department. And I am afraid that people will want to leave, and it's just my opinion. I've never lived anywhere else. I've only worked 18 months over at General Motors Leeds plant. All my life, and my wife's life was right here in Kansas City, Kansas. And when you compare the wages that we're making compared to some of the other municipalities, we're doing pretty damn good. And that's my personal opinion.
All right. Well, I'll wrap that up with saying, as the mayor, anybody that's with sight and sound of this commission, I would be remiss if I wouldn't say I am back and I live here, and this is a great and safe place to live, to work, and raise a family. So anybody watching, come give us a look. Wyandotte County is a great place, and we got great people, we got great employees, and we got great people. And you saw that tonight, if you were here earlier watching, you got great neighbors that care and take care of each other. Wyandotte County is an awesome place. So thank you again, Public Works, for your presentation. Thank you. That concludes the portion of our regular meeting. I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn us in that capacity and a motion to take us into a new capacity as the Board of Commissioners of the Land Bank Board of Trustees.
David, so moved.
Second.
Motion second, clerk roll call.
Roll call Lopez,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, we are now operating as the Land Bank Board of Trustees. Do any members of the Commissioner or County Administrator wish to set aside any item on the Land Bank consent agenda? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Bynum, so moved.
David, second.
Motion second, clerk roll call.
Roll call Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Motion carries.
We have no further business. Thank you all for your attention and for your participation tonight. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Bynum, so moved.
David, second.
Clerk roll call.
Roll call Lopez.
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.